Chapter 480. Lei Xingfeng didn't think much of it. The experience from his previous life was still useful. A team didn't necessarily rely on strength. The right time, the right place, the right people, and the wisdom of the commander. Even if they were slightly weaker, they could still defeat their opponent. However, this wasn't something he could worry about. He was just an ordinary heavenly monarch. If it was a Dao monarch, he could give some suggestions. If it was a heavenly monarch, then forget about it. No one would listen to his advice. The team was very messy. There were groups to the east and groups to the west. They walked forward slowly. Wu Yang smiled. Feng, why do you keep shaking your head? Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. He pointed at the team and said, What do you think will happen if we are attacked? Wu Yang said, It's okay. If there are experts blocking them, they will immediately counterattack. Lei Xingfeng was too lazy to worry. He said, Okay, I hope it's okay. Gao Yi said, The perfected monarchs are scattered in the team. They can block most of the attacks. Feng, don't think too much. We just have to do our jobs well. Lei Xingfeng thought, Then I hope the other party is stupid. He nodded and said, Okay, do your jobs well. After walking for about half an hour, they heard a roar in front. Someone shouted, They are fighting! They are fighting! A group of people rushed forward like a flock of ducks. Of course, it was a mess. Lei Xingfeng sighed. Was this a war? This was a group fight. It was a standard mob. Wu Yang said, Let's go to the front. The three of them started to speed up and ran forward. The others followed suit. The whole team was scattered. Everyone rushed forward in groups of a few or a dozen people. These people were either friends or from the same secret sect. As for the organization, Lei Xingfeng didn't see it. Wu Yang and the other two were very fast. After all, they were heavenly monarchs. Once they used their strength, ordinary cultivators couldn't compare. A few minutes later, they arrived at the scene of the battle. The foot of the mountain stretched all the way to the forest. Countless cultivators and outsiders were fighting with their lives on the line. The entire scene was chaotic. Warriors from both sides were rushing forward, and the moment they met, they would start fighting. Lei Xingfeng was drenched in cold sweat as he watched. This was definitely not a war. This was a huge group fight. There was no order, no advance or retreat. It was just a mode of fighting and killing. Fortunately, there was not much difference between the two sides. There was no order and no organization. If one side was organized and disciplined, then the other side would be in big trouble. Gao Yi exclaimed in admiration, How spectacular! Even Xian Feng's horizons were broadened. He had never seen so many people engage in a life-and-death battle. Countless colorful lights flickered on the practitioners' bodies as they attacked one after another, giving off beautiful light. Frenzied shouts and cries of agony before dying, the sounds of attacks caused one's blood to boil uncontrollably. The only thing Lei Xingfeng felt was chaos. The scene was extremely chaotic. There was no command at all. Everyone was fighting with their own bravery. It was the same for the outsiders. None of them retreated. Their eyes were red as they roared and used their own weapons to try and kill their opponents. Wu Yang said, Let's go. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly again. They were heavenly monarchs. They should be commanding the battle. Unexpectedly, they were the first to rush up and kill the enemy. After thinking about it, he let it go. Anyway, it wasn't his responsibility. He would do his part and kill as many as he could. The three of them rushed forward. Wu Yang slapped down and instantly killed 7 or 8 outsiders. The strength of a heavenly monarch was enough to kill his opponent. As long as they weren't of the same level, a heavenly monarch could crush them. Lei Xingfeng didn't release the Scarlet Mist Sword Seal. He used his lightning hand to attack randomly. One slap could kill many outsiders. This was an area of effect attack and was very useful. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't attack first. Instead, he stayed within the attack line. There were 8th and 9th ring sages around him. He could help at any time. Wu Yang and Gao Yi didn't care. They rushed forward. Soon, the three of them separated. Once they rushed into the battlefield, their vision would be reduced. They were surrounded by people, and in front of them were all outsiders. As for the situation on the battlefield, Lei Xingfeng couldn't see it unless he flew into the air. Now, no one dared to fly unless they had the strength of a Tao Lord. This was because once they flew into the air, they would be attacked by the enemy. Everyone seemed to know this. Lei Xingfeng moved around and saved the sages who were in danger. Gradually, a group of people gathered around him. The sages who were saved subconsciously followed behind him. A few perfected lords followed, including Qi Meiyun. Even in the midst of killing, Lei Xingfeng kept observing. As long as he saw someone being surrounded, he would rush over to save them. At this time, Lei Xingfeng saw a group of outsiders attacking two people. After a brief glance, Lei Xingfeng rushed over. The group behind him followed. There were more than 100 cultivators. This charge was really impressive. Lei Xingfeng knew the two people surrounded. They were Hammer and Little Hammer. Hammer and Little Hammer were already in a tough battle. There were more than 100 outsiders surrounding them. The worst thing was that there were perfected lords among them. Hammer's weapon was very interesting. He had a sharp awl with an extremely short handle and the tip pointed forward. To be precise, it was more like an extra-large awl. This guy's attack was to throw out an awl and hit people directly. Then, another awl would appear in his hand. This thing was extremely heavy. Once it was thrown out, the outsiders would find it hard to block. Unless they dodged, those who took it head-on would all have their bones broken. Little Hammer was even weirder. He held a small awl and ran around Hammer. That small awl was used to pierce people's instep. Once it was pierced, the big awl in Hammer's hand would be thrown over. The two of them cooperated very well. Just like that, they took down more than 10 outsiders. Because of this, they attracted a few perfected lords to join in the siege. Suddenly, the two of them were in a difficult situation. Little Hammer was kicked away. Before he could escape, attacks rained down on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Hammer was instantly anxious. He threw out the large awl in his hand. Suddenly, a huge hammer appeared in his hand. This was a real huge hammer. It was about the size of his body. He swung it wildly. In a short period of time, the outsiders suffered heavy casualties. A few perfected lords attacked together. Hammer finally couldn't take it anymore. He was hit repeatedly. However, this guy's skin was really thick. He wasn't in danger for the time being. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng rushed over with his people. Boom! He sent an outsider flying with a palm strike. Then, the cultivators behind him started to focus their attacks. The power of this focused attack was extremely strong. Because the attacks of various attributes were combined, the power would be raised to an extremely high level. After sending a few perfected lords flying, Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Hammer, Little Hammer, follow me!" Hammer saw that it was Lei Xingfeng and said happily, "Okay." Little Hammer was beaten black and blue. Luckily, Lei Xingfeng came quickly. He didn't suffer any heavy injuries. He flew up and laughed foolishly, "I was a bit careless. Big brother Hammer, we will follow master." Hammer still said one word, "Okay." Lei Xingfeng turned his head and asked, "Senior sister, where is senior brother Xin?" Qi Meiyun said in a low voice, "I don't know. When the fight started, we were separated." Lei Xingfeng said, "Look for him. Follow me." He didn't charge forward. Instead, he charged horizontally. He charged at the front line where the two sides were fighting. "Ayaya, you are really rough." "Ah, I didn't hit him." When this voice entered his ears, Lei Xingfeng knew who it was. It was Bai Yuruan. Lei Xingfeng turned his head and saw 3 outsiders surrounding her. They attacked her until she was gasping for breath. Unfortunately, the opponents were outsiders. If they were cultivators, they might be confused by her. However, outsiders didn't care about this. The 3 of them surrounded her and attacked her back and forth. Bai Yuruan's face was pale. She kept screaming, "Wah! How can you hit me here? Wah, you are so bad. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. This Bai Yuruan was really a weirdo. 3 perfected lords couldn't deal with her in a short time. This woman wasn't simple. Boom. Boom. Lei Xingfeng slapped out twice. 2 of the outsiders were sent flying. The remaining outsider was stunned for a moment. Bai Yuruan took advantage of this opportunity. She waved her hand and a silver net fell down. It directly covered the outsider. Bai Yuruan said, "Go die. You rude guy." A silver short spear appeared in her hand. She instantly pierced the outsider's chest. This short spear was shining with silver light. It easily pierced through without any delay. It was obviously a treasure. With a flip of her hand, the short spear disappeared. Then, the silver net also disappeared. Bai Yuruan rushed towards Lei Xingfeng and shouted, "Wah, master, you came to save me!" Lei Xingfeng reached out and grabbed the back of Little Hammer's neck. He raised his hand and threw Little Hammer away. Little Hammer was thrown away for no reason. Instantly, he crashed into Bai Yuruan's chest. A fragrant smell wafted over. Little Hammer hugged it and said, "Strange, it smells so good." Bai Yuruan grabbed Little Hammer's neck and threw him away. She screamed, "What is this? So scary." Poor Little Hammer was thrown around by the 2. He was dizzy. He walked in front of Hammer and said, "Brother Hammer, they bullied me." Hammer puffed out his chest and said, "Who? Brother will beat him up for you." Little Hammer looked at Lei Xingfeng and then at Bai Yuruan. Lei Xingfeng could not beat him. Bai Yuruan was a girl, so she was too embarrassed to fight. After stammering for a long time, he said, "Forget it." Then, he said, "It smells so good." His expression was very wretched. Bai Yuruan said, "Master, he bullied me." Lei Xingfeng did not care about this. He shouted, "Follow me." A group of people followed him and rushed to another group of people who were surrounded. After a round of crazy fighting, the crowd dispersed. In about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng had more than 300 people behind him, forming a large force. Little Hammer, and Bai Yuruan all followed Lei Xingfeng to fight. Often, Lei Xingfeng would restrain the strongest people. A few monarchs would start to kill the stronger opponent. The rest would rush forward and in a flash, annihilate the remaining outsiders. The more monarchs he saved, the more people would follow him. Like a rolling snowball, the number of people behind him grew. Chapter 481. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but the cultivators had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, more and more reinforcements were rushing over. Even if the outsiders were strong, they could not hold them off. Finally, after seriously injuring 2 Heaven Monarch realm experts, the entire defense line of the outsiders collapsed. The outsiders fled frantically while the cultivators chased after them with all their might. They killed everything in their path. Any outsider who fell behind would be drowned by thousands of cultivators. There was no chance for them to survive. Lei Xingfeng led a large group of people and chased after them. There were thousands of cultivators behind him. Wu Yang and Gao Yi were also by his side. Then, there were more than 10 true lords and the rest were perfected persons. With the 3 of them as the arrowhead, they would occasionally take a bite out of the defeated outsiders. Then, they would be attacked by the people behind them. They killed their way through while dripping with blood. Even Lei Xingfeng did not expect the other side to collapse. However, he quickly reacted. This was still a matter of strength. There was no technique, no conspiracy, and no effective organization. There was only a contest of strength. Whoever had more people and bigger fists would definitely win. There would be no accident. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw a city wall. It was an extremely tall city wall. The outsiders were like herded rabbit. They rushed into the gate under the city wall. Lei Xingfeng and the rest only had time to stop the tail of the outsiders. The city wall was filled with outsiders. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw the tall tower behind the city wall. He hurriedly ordered, "Retreat!" He turned around and ran. Then, he saw the tall tower flicker. A large ball of fire fell. In a moment, a dense fireball came whistling. However, Lei Xingfeng and the rest had already retreated far away. They saw a huge fire in front of the city wall. A plume of black smoke rose, and soon, a strange meaty aroma wafted over. These were the outsiders who died in front of the city wall. There were also perfected persons who did not have time to retreat. They were burned alive. All the cultivators retreated far away. From here, they could clearly see the city walls and the huge fire in front of the city walls. Lei Xingfeng knew that this fire was not ordinary fire. It was a fire that contained some kind of energy and characteristics, so much so that a real person could not resist it. Wu Yang said, "Afeng, what do you think?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's simple. Let the elder ancestor come out and destroy the tower and the city walls. Otherwise, there will be heavy casualties, and we may not be able to take it down." He knew very well that defending a city was much more advantageous than attacking a city, especially with the tower. Even if he used his life to fill it, he might not be able to fill it up. Gao Yi sneered and said, "Ancestor Dao Lord is willing to step in?" Lei Xingfeng said, "We have to show up. Every one of our men is one less. They can't afford to lose them." Wu Yang said, "I calculated that we lost at least 1,000 men in this battle." Lei Xingfeng said, "Not that many. Many of them were injured. If they had better medicine, they would recover quickly. Only 400 to 500 died." Wu Yang sighed and said, "This is already a lot. It's equivalent to a small secret sect." Xian Feng asked curiously, "There aren't many experts from the other races, most of them are similar to our true masters. This time, their casualties are much worse than ours, at least 1,000 to 1,500 of them died, and the injuries are not included." Wu Yang nodded and said, "I thought they were too strong at the beginning. Once the battle started, I understood that they were not our match." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, we don't have to worry about what happens next. The heavenly monarchs will definitely report the current situation. The elder ancestor should be here soon." A large group of people still stood beside Lei Xingfeng and the other two. Lei Xingfeng called out and said, "You guys form teams and go hunting in the forest. Leave half of you to wait and boil water." He naturally became the leader of this group. As for his own team, they had already dispersed. Now, the members couldn't find the leader, and the leader didn't care about the members. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng was a heavenly monarch. Moreover, there were 3 of them here. Of course, these people would listen to their orders. A battle consumed a lot of energy. Many people were hungry after the intense battle. Therefore, no one disobeyed Lei Xingfeng's orders. Immediately, a group of people scattered into the forest to hunt. In this forest, there were countless wild animals. It was too convenient to find food. There were 8 secret doors and 8 directions. Some lucky cultivators didn't even see a shadow along the way. They even hunted a lot of prey. Only 2 groups of people had it tough. Lei Xingfeng's group and another group, but they all came to the city wall in the end. This was a circular city wall that completely covered the gap in the mountain range. It was about 15 or 16 kilometers long. Behind the city was that strangely straight road. There were a total of 16 tall towers built along the city wall. They were all steeples, different from the ones in the Forbidden Land. This should be a technology unique to the foreign tribes. The first to come out of the forest were Chue and Little Chue. The 2 of them dragged iron chains out of the forest. There were dozens of Suzuka tied to the chains. These Suzuka weren't big and were about the size of a big dog. No one knew how the 2 of them hunted, but they actually hunted dozens of them in one go. They tied them to the chains and dragged them all the way here. Chue said in a muffled voice, "I'm hungry. Let's eat something first. Only then will I have the energy to hunt big guys." Lei Xingfeng said, "Skin them yourself and cook them in the pot." Wu Yang said, "Let's go. We'll go to the forest too." Lei Xingfeng knew what the founder wanted to do. He planned to go back to the mirror world. He said, "Okay, let's go together." Then he pulled Gao Yi and the three of them quickly entered the forest. Back in the mirror world, Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Fatty, old fatty, come quickly!" Someone immediately notified Jean Depang. Soon, Jean Depang ran over and said, "You're back for dinner?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Hurry up. Don't make it complicated. Something simple is fine. We still have to go back." He and Wu Yang didn't want to eat the food outside. It was pig food, so they sneaked back. Jean Depang's food was for people to eat. Jean Depang said, "Yes, there's ready-made food." He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring up the food. The mirror world was their place to rest and breathe. It was peaceful here. As long as they returned, their hearts couldn't help but calm down. They had killed so many people along the way. Although they had killed outsiders, the cultivators had also suffered heavy casualties. They didn't feel good about it. Being able to come back and calm down was the greatest comfort. They all knew that the next step would be even crueler. Just as they started eating, they saw Yu Ko, Xian Zhaoluan, and Qi Meiyun appear. The three of them had actually sneaked back. Qi Meiyun shouted, "Wow, founder of Feng, you guys are so rude. You didn't even call us when you came back to eat." With that, she rushed into the wooden hut. She didn't act like a lady at all and grabbed a piece of meat to eat. Yu Ko and Xian Zhaoluan didn't even say a word. They directly went to the table and started eating. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Have you arranged everything over there?" Yu Ko said, "Arranged my ass. It's a mess. They're fighting for food. I can't do anything about it. I just came back to take a breather." Lei Xingfeng also couldn't be bothered. After all, they weren't from their secret sect. If they wanted to steal, then so be it. With a source of food, it wouldn't be too chaotic. Cultivators were all good hunters. As long as they could hunt, they wouldn't have to worry about food. The previous food shortage was only because they were confined to the canyon and couldn't go out. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's eat quickly and go back early. Otherwise, if a Dao Lord comes, we won't be here." Wu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, let's go after eating." After returning to the forest, Lei Xingfeng and the others walked out. It was still a mess outside. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "How can we fight in this state?" Wu Yang smiled and said, "Aren't we fighting well?" The meal had long been finished. There were still many people barbecuing meat. This wasn't for eating now. They were all preparing dry rations. When they were in the canyon, they were all frightened. Only then did they understand the importance of food reserve. Therefore, when they had time, they would make dry rations, mainly barbecuing meat. After it was cooked, they would directly put it into the hidden Luan space and take it out when it was time to eat. Wu Yang said, "I'll go gather some information. You guys wait for me here." He had the most connections, so he was the one who gathered most of the information. Hammer and Little Hammer walked over. Hammer held a barbecued Suzuka deer in his hand. He came in front of Lei Xingfeng and said, "Sir, this is for you." Lei Xingfeng smiled and took it, saying, "Thanks, Hammer." Seeing Lei Xingfeng take the barbecued Suzuka deer, Hammer and Little Hammer smiled. It wasn't easy for honest people to flatter. Lei Xingfeng's thanks made the two very happy. Bai Yuruan also carried a barbecued cow leg over and said sweetly, "Sir, this is a barbecued cow leg." "Sir hasn't eaten yet." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want to provoke this woman at all. He said, "Okay, thank you too." Bai Yuruan said sweetly, "Sir? Why do you say also?" "Hee, sir, no need to thank me." Hammer and Little Hammer glared at her with an unhappy look on their faces. Then, many monarchs and perfected masters carried food over and gave it to Lei Xingfeng. There were both cooked and raw food. Gao Yi, Xian Zhaoluan, and Qi Meiyun were dumbfounded. When did a Feng become so popular? These were all people that Lei Xingfeng saved. There must be some gratitude in them. Giving some food was just to express their gratitude. Lei Xingfeng didn't reject them, and kept them in his hidden Luan space. After a while, everyone quieted down and sat on the ground to wait. Lei Xingfeng and the rest also sat and waited for the next step. Soon, someone passed down the order. Build wooden fences and temporary wooden sheds. The attacks were temporarily stopped, and everyone was to wait. After a while, Wu Yang came back and said, "We won't fight for now. I heard that Dao monarch went to negotiate and asked the other party to give us a path." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's best if we don't fight. We wanted a path in the first place." Gao Yi said, "It's hard to negotiate. If we pass through the city, who knows if we won't attack? If the other party doesn't have too many Dao monarch level experts, they won't dare to open the city. Originally, they had the city walls to rely on. Once the city gates are opened, you know what will happen." Wu Yang thought for a while and said, "Yes, it's hard to negotiate. If the other party has enough Dao monarch level experts, maybe we can agree. If not, it's really hard to negotiate." Chapter 482. Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it. Let those Dao Lord Patriarchs worry about it. Let's set up camp first." At this moment, a few true lords came in, including Hammer, Little Hammer, Bai Yuruan, and the others. They came to discuss how to set up camp. In Lei Xingfeng's eyes, the command here was in chaos. Everyone was doing their own thing. Lei Xingfeng did not even know where his own subordinates were. He said, "Let's set up the wooden huts here. We'll be in charge of the wooden fences. Don't worry about the rest. Let's move together." Cultivators were much stronger than ordinary people when it came to cutting trees and digging holes. With hundreds of cultivators working together, the wooden fences were soon erected. Then, it was time to set up the wooden hut. The wooden huts were not used to resist the cold of the night, but to block the rain and the sun. After working until dark, the camp finally looked a little better. However, they had to sleep outdoors today. Someone came to inform all the heavenly lords to go to the patriarchs for a meeting. Lei Xingfeng had a very absurd thought when he heard that there was a meeting. In his previous life, the frequency of meetings was so high that he would have a headache when he heard the word meeting. More than a dozen Dao lords sat on chairs while a group of heavenly lords sat on the ground. It was very simple and crude. A few torches lit up the place, giving Lei Xingfeng the feeling that it was a will-o'-the-wisp. Patriarch Huaiqing said, "We're negotiating now, so we've temporarily stopped the attack. I asked everyone to come here to instruct our subordinates to try their best not to get close to the city walls. We can go hunting soon, but we have to keep most of our people in the camp to prevent sneak attacks." Another Dao Lord Patriarch said, "Let's use this negotiation to let our subordinates have a good rest. Also, prepare our own food reserve. After a period of hunting, it should be enough for them to store up. Tell them that the secret sect doesn't have much food reserves now. Don't expect much from the secret sect." When Lei Xingfeng and the others returned to the encampment, it was already late at night. Without saying much, they all found a place to rest. The next day, a group of enlightened masters began to build the wooden shed. Wooden planks were taken out one by one. Because this place was filled with ancient trees, there were countless large trees that were as thick as a person's arm. Basically, 2 large trees were enough to form the roof of the wooden shed. Layer by layer, they were placed on top of the wooden shed's frame. Then, a large amount of branches and leaves were placed on top of each other to form a large wooden shed that could block the rain and the sun. Lei Xingfeng walked into the wooden shed and immediately felt a cool breeze. It felt very comfortable. Casually taking out a chair, Lei Xingfeng sat down. For a cultivator who had a hidden Luan space, it was like bringing a home. Those who went out often not only brought a set of tableware and pots, but also a bed and a tent. As for tables and chairs, there was no lack of them. These things didn't take up much space, but they could make life less difficult. Unless there was a ready-made one, everyone took out their own chairs. Some people even took out a table. Lei Xingfeng had a table in front of him. It was taken out by Qi Meiyun. Wu Yang passed down the old ancestors' orders. In any case, they didn't need to worry. The enlightened masters were busy. Yuko and Xian Zhaoluan were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. The only one who escaped was Qi Meiyun. Using the excuse that she was a woman, she sat with Lei Xingfeng and the others at the same table. They drank the fishman wine that Lei Xingfeng had provided. There were also all sorts of snacks, such as candied meat. These were all delicious snacks that Jean Depang made when he was free. There was almost no sugar here. The sweets came from the bees. Lei Xingfeng had raised a lot of bees in the mirror realm, including the precious purple bees. Therefore, Jean Depang had a lot of them. He was also a person who loved sweet. Candied meat was his favorite. The recipe for candied meat was given to him by Lei Xingfeng. Therefore, while others didn't have it, Lei Xingfeng definitely had it. There were countless edible fruits in this world. In principle, any fruit could be made into candied meat. Therefore, there were many types of candied meat. It was even more exaggerated than Lei Xingfeng's previous life. The reason why Qi Meiyun took out a table and refused to leave was because of this plate of candied meat. As long as a woman tried it, she would like it. However, Jean Depang was very stingy in this aspect. He didn't care about anything else, but it was difficult to get his candied meat. Lei Xingfeng didn't care much about candied meat. In his previous life, there were too many sweets and he didn't want to eat them anymore. In this life, he could eat them occasionally, but he couldn't stand it if he ate too much. Chui and little Chui came back after finishing their work. When they saw Lei Xingfeng and the others eating, they immediately came over. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Sit, let's eat." Then he poured 2 cups of fishman wine. Chui didn't care about wine, but little Chui liked it very much. He said, "The best fishman wine?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and nodded. Little Chui cheered and said, "This is good stuff." Chui looked curiously at the colorful candied meat. He hesitated and said, "What is this? Is it delicious?" Qi Meiyun said, "It's not delicious." Then she pulled the plate in front of her and protected it with both hands. She knew Chui's appetite. This plate of candied meat probably wasn't enough for him. Chui looked at it eagerly. After a while, he stretched out his fan-like hand and said, "Try it." Lei Xingfeng found it funny and looked at Qi Meiyun. Qi Meiyun's face was slightly red. She took out a candied meat and put it in Chui's palm. She said, "Okay, just one piece." Chui didn't argue. He retracted his hand and looked at the apricot yellow candied meat in his palm. After a while, he said, "It's too small." He threw it into his mouth. A sweet taste spread in his mouth. The sweetness made Chui's eyes widen. He chewed quickly and hummed. Little Chui looked at him worriedly and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chui couldn't bear to swallow it. He chewed hard, trying to get all the sweetness out. It was a pity that he had never eaten such a strong dessert in his life. Of course, the sweetness of fruits was completely different from this. Chui said, Delicious, delicious." He stretched out his fan-like hand and continued to look at Qi Meiyun with innocent and pitiful eyes. Lei Xingfeng was already laughing. Qi Meiyun looked at Chui's hand and then at the plate. The plate wasn't big to begin with. It wasn't even the size of Chui's palm. If it fell, she wouldn't be able to eat it. Although Chui had a huge body, he had a pair of puppy eyes. Once he stared at them, most people wouldn't be able to take it. Qi Meiyun retreated in defeat. She divided the candied meat on the plate into half and poured the other half to Chui. She said, "Okay, we'll split it in half. Don't ask me for more after you're done." She got up and ran away. Lei Xingfeng laughed happily. Chui retracted his hand and opened it in front of little Chui. He said, "Let's eat together." Everyone was a little envious of these 2 brothers. Their relationship was definitely good. Lei Xingfeng looked at the city wall. After a while, he said, "There doesn't seem to be any reaction from there. No one has come out to ambush us. I dare say that if they ambush us now, our defense will be at its weakest." Wu Yang said, "We can't wait for them to ambush us. It's a chaotic battle anyway. The more of them die, the easier it will be when we attack the city." Lei Xingfeng smacked his lips and drank a mouthful of fishman wine. He said, We'll die too. Wu Yang said, since it's a war, how can there be no deaths? Gao Yi looked at the city wall in the distance and the tower behind it. He said, we just need to protect our own people. The others, forget it. Lei Xingfeng asked, what's the name of this city? Wu Yang said, we don't understand their language, so we don't know the name of this city. No matter what it's called, we'll still conquer it in the end and quickly forget it. This rest and reorganization lasted for 2 whole months. It was mainly used to hunt and store food. The people in the canyon also came to the front line one after another. They set up camp 10 miles away from the front line, waiting to pass through after the city was breached. During this time, Lei Xingfeng went back a few times because he found that his little sister's secret sect didn't come. Wu Yang went to inquire about this several times, but there was no news. Lei Xingfeng had to inform Thunderstorm to find his little sister. After his little sister entered the mirror realm, she told Lei Xingfeng a piece of bad news. Their secret sect's Dao Lord Ancestor and her master were not in the secret sect. They didn't know where they went. There were only 2 perfected lords at home, and one of them was her guard. Lei Xingfeng immediately became anxious. Little sister, why don't you just come over? If you don't want to leave Granny Yen, you can bring her with you into the mirror realm. But then she can't go back. Lei Xingyao was also in a dilemma. On one side was her sect, and on the other was her family. She didn't know what to do. But deep in her heart, if she had to choose, she would still choose Ah Yi and her brother. After thinking for a long time, Lei Xingyao finally decided to wait until Lei Xingfeng and the others breached the city before she entered the mirror realm. At that time, she would discuss with Yan Shaoqing. If he was willing to follow her, he could take her with him. If not, she would leave alone and enter the mirror realm. Lei Xingfeng reminded her again and again. In the end, he simply asked Thunderstorm to pick her up. He didn't want to look for his little sister everywhere again. After everything was settled, Lei Xingfeng finally calmed down and waited. In the camp, he was one of the few people who had the most free time. He didn't like to take power, and he always ordered his subordinates to do things. This way, his efficiency was especially high, and his subordinates were also motivated. Today Wu Yang returned. Lei Xingfeng and the others wanted to know, but Wu Yang's information was all thanks to Wu Yang. Wu Yang said, they're about to attack. The negotiations have completely broken down. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, why did they talk for so long? Wu Yang said, both sides were stalling for time. Now that they don't have to, they immediately stopped talking and prepared to fight. Lei Xingfeng asked, who's going to attack in the first wave? Gao Yi said unconcernedly, it's probably going to be a sage. Wu Yang said, old Gao, you guessed wrong. It's going to be Dao Jun will attack first. Gao Yi nodded. And that's more like it. Otherwise, no matter how many sages there are, there won't be enough to kill. Lei Xingfeng asked, when is it going to start? Wu Yang said, in about half an hour. It's going to start soon. Let's go to the front and prepare to attack. Lei Xingfeng said, there's a high tower. Wu Yang said, don't worry about that. The old ancestor will take care of it. Chapter 483. Everyone knew that if the towers were still around, it would be very difficult to attack them. Those things seemed to be automatic. Once they were activated, as long as they were outside the city walls, they would be targeted. Of course, this kind of tower was different from the forbidden area. The attack power of this kind of tower could only make things difficult for a perfected person. It was not much of a threat to a perfected person. Even so, the tower could still block the majority of the troop. Therefore, this was the first target to be attacked. Only a Dao Lord Great Ancestor had this ability. Patriarch Huai Qing hovered in the air, and the 8 Great Ancestors did the same. Only one Great Ancestor attacked. He destroyed a tower with a slap. It could not block the Great Ancestor's attack at all. The entire city wall was in chaos. The outsiders did not expect the Great Ancestor to be so powerful. In just a moment, more than a dozen towers had collapsed. Then, a few great ancestors worked together and destroyed a large section of the city wall in an instant. After destroying several sections of the city wall, Patriarch Huiqing gave the order to attack. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, and Gao Yi led the charge. A large group of perfected persons followed behind them. They charged all the way. When they crossed the collapsed city wall, they realized that there was no one left in the city. After investigating, they realized that the outsiders had retreated into the mountains, leaving only a small number of cannon fodder on the city wall. When they saw the cultivators attacking, they quickly fled. An empty city. Lei Xingfeng rushed in and could not help but laugh. Only now did he understand that the other party was delaying to escape. However, this was also good. They did not want to destroy the other party. They just wanted to pass through the other party's territory. After all, they had built the city at the entrance of the passage. The passage into the mountains was quickly discovered. Patriarch Huiqing did not chase after them. Instead, he arranged for more than 1,000 people to guard it. The others were arranged to live here temporarily. All the people from the secret sect began to pour into the city. A total of more than 300,000 people entered, and the city became lively. Wu Yang, Lei Xingfeng, Gao Yi, Yu Kou, Xian Zhaoluan, Qi Meiyun, Chui Zi, Little Chui, and Bai Yurun, who had been following them all this time. A large group of people lived close to each other. Lei Xingfeng suggested to take a look at that strange path. Ever since he saw the topographic map recorded in the Star Python record, he had always been curious. This path was too strange. It was perfectly straight, just like a ruler on the map. Moreover, it was so long that it could lead to the outside of the recorded area. Wu Yang said, "I'm also very curious. When I first got the topographic map, I also thought it was wrong." Basically, everyone had seen the topographic map recorded in the Star Python record. Everyone had doubts in their hearts, but the key point was that it really went against common sense. A group of people walked out. On the way, they also saw a large group of cultivators setting off towards the gap. They all wanted to see what kind of path it was. There was also a city wall facing the outside. It was built with large pieces of bluestone. With Lei Xingfeng's vision, he could see simple restriction nodes. In other words, the city wall was restricted. After passing through the narrow city gate, it was really small. Could only allow 3 people to walk side by side. Moreover, the city wall was extremely thick. It was at least 3 times thicker than the city wall they had attacked. As soon as they exited the city gate, a strong wind blew, whistling towards the group. Bai Yurun exclaimed as if he was singing, "What a big wind!" Sharp whistling sounds could be heard everywhere. The ground was uneven, but it was extremely clean. There was no soil at all. It was all bare rocks, and there were no plants. The front was vast, and the group walked forward against the wind. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, the wind became stronger and stronger. Everyone felt a little unstable. However, they were cultivators after all. This bit of wind was still manageable. Suddenly, someone in front of them exclaimed, "Wow, this road!" Lei Xingfeng and the rest walked forward quickly. They immediately saw a straight road. This road was a little evil. It was like a long sword on the ground. Its length was even more shocking. They could not see the end. Even with Lei Xingfeng's vision, he could not see the end. What was this? Soon, someone shouted, "Look below!" Lei Xingfeng and the rest rushed over. When they looked down, they realized that this road was actually suspended in the air. The most shocking thing was that the bottom was actually black. Moreover, the stars were shining brightly. Lei Xingfeng looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. When he looked down, he saw countless twinkling stars. He was completely dumbfounded. This completely broke the knowledge of his previous life. Wu Yang said, "There's a monument over there." The group immediately rushed over. Indeed, there was a huge metal monument that was more than 10 meters tall erected not far away. The whole monument was shining like a mirror. Standing in front of it, it could be used as a mirror. There were a few lines of words engraved on it. Lei Xingfeng could recognize these words. There were two big words at the top. Heavenly Moat. The bottom line was, Broken Soul Bridge. The bottom line was, Outer Realm Starry Sky. Lei Xingfeng said, "What do you mean? Are you saying that this bridge is dangerous?" Wu Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There's almost no information on this, so I'm not sure either." Gao Yi said, "It gives me a very dangerous feeling." Soon, someone said, "An ancestor is coming." Immediately, the crowd dispersed to form a path. A group of ancestors walked over and stared at the inscriptions on the monument. Patriarch Huiqing said, "I knew it. This path won't be easy." An ancestor at the side said, "Even if it's not easy, we still have to go." The other ancestors kept nodding. At this point, they had no way out. Lei Xingfeng whispered, "Ancestor, why did they say that?" In fact, he had always been puzzled about why the ancestors were so determined to migrate. Wu Yang whispered, "Ancestor Tao Lord, if you want to continue improving, we can't do it here. At most, we can only break through by entering a new continent. I'm not very sure about the specifics, but I know that they are very determined." Lei Xingfeng looked down again. He was still confused. This world was too bizarre. There was actually a starry sky below? Moreover, this road was actually a bridge. An extremely strange bridge that extended out abruptly. He didn't know where it led to, and he couldn't see the other side at all. Sighing, Lei Xingfeng no longer hesitated. As the saying goes, if there is a reason, then there is a reason. He didn't want to go down a dead end. Soon, the ancestors left, and the others began to walk back. Lei Xingfeng was quite uneasy. He didn't know why, but he felt a little irritated. Wu Yang said, "Don't worry. There are only a few of us. If we are strong enough, I believe we can cross." He couldn't help but be glad that with the Mirror Realm, there would be less trouble and danger. These words made Xianfeng feel even more uneasy. Their strength was indeed enough, but if even with their strength, problems were to occur, then how many of the others would be able to escape? With the great migration of secret sects, there were some who brought their family members, and most of them were normal people. There was also a large number of low-leveled practitioners, and if something were to happen, they would be the first to die. Thinking about it, it didn't have much to do with him. He was worried too much. This should be something that Ancestor Tao Lord was worried about. Soon, they returned to the encampment. Ancestor Tao Lord announced that they should prepare food reserves. There were only 20 days left before they set off. Once they crossed the natural moat, the secret sects could move freely. In other words, once the secret sects set foot on the other side, the Great Migration would officially begin. The most important thing was to reach the other side, but no one knew what was on the other side. Wu Yang didn't care too much. With so many people crossing, he believed that once Lei Xingfeng crossed, the Mirror Realm would also pass. If there was any danger, they would first hide in the Mirror Realm. Therefore, his expression was calm and relaxed. Gao Yi also looked relaxed. Lei Xingfeng gradually relaxed. There were some things that he couldn't worry about. During this time, he often sneaked back to the Mirror Realm. Thunderstorm had also returned. No one knew what would happen on the other side. A few days before they set off, Lei Xingfeng purposely went to Lei Xingfeng's encampment and forcefully took his little sister away. Yan Shaoqing couldn't bear to part with Lei Xingfeng, so he also left the encampment. He was directly brought into the Mirror Realm by Lei Xingfeng. Only then did Yan Shaoqing understand why Lei Xingfeng often came to their encampment. At this time, she couldn't go back. Fortunately, Lei Xingyao left behind a letter for the secret sections. When Ancestor Tao Lord and his master returned, they would know the reason. The entire Mirror Realm was sealed. Everyone who had the right to leave had their permission revoked by Lei Xingfeng. They couldn't leave at all, but the people outside had the right to enter. Only now did Lei Xingfeng feel slightly relieved. He left the Mirror Realm and met up with the others, preparing to set off with the group. Lei Xingfeng's group of 5 hid in La Zi's group and followed the group onto the heavenly moat. No one knew how long the heavenly moat was. The heavenly moat bridge was 2 kilometers wide. In other words, it was 2 kilometers wide. The ground was as flat as a mirror, with a slight bulge in the middle and a slight downward slope on both sides. It was like a V-shaped bridge. Every 10 meters in the middle, there was a pillar as tall as a person. It wasn't thick, only as thick as an adult's thigh. The bridge was very strange. It couldn't be flown. Someone had tried it before. After flying for less than a meter, they were forcefully pressed onto the bridge by a strange force, so they could only rely on walking. A group of 300,000 people wasn't small. Compared to a group of people, it wasn't a large group. They walked on the bridge majestically. The huge number of people couldn't see the front and the back as they pushed forward along the bridge. Wu Yang, Lei Xingfeng, Gao Yi, Xian Zhaoluan, Qi Meiyun, La Zi, and Chui and Little Chui, who automatically followed. There was also Bai Yuruan. For some reason, she just followed Lei Xingfeng. Of course, Lei Xingfeng didn't think of chasing her away. Other than her annoying words, she was still very strong. In order to increase her strength, Lei Xingfeng tacitly allowed her to follow. In fact, Bai Yuruan didn't like Lei Xingfeng. She was a very smart woman. She liked the 3 Lords of Heaven. If something happened, the strength of the 3 Lords of Heaven would be very important. She could easily borrow their strength. A few other Lords of Heaven also followed. Their thoughts were similar to Bai Yuruan's. The strength of a group was greater. And it could be seen that Lei Xingfeng was more enthusiastic. The wind was very strong. After walking for a day, the wind had reached a terrifying level. When the first ordinary person was swept into the air and disappeared, everyone paid attention. Chapter 484. The ordinary people who could join the team all had cultivators in their families. So these cultivators immediately gathered their families together and used ropes or chains to tie them together. If they were swept up by the wind, they could be dragged back with the chains or rope. After a moment of panic, the secret doors quickly calmed down and the team continued forward. After Wu Yang received the news, he said, "This wind can sweep people up?" His gaze fell on the pillar in the middle of the bridge. Lei Xingfeng also looked at the pillar. After a while, Lei Xingfeng said, "Why is there a pillar?" No one knew. No one knew how the bridge had appeared, nor where it led to. No one knew what would happen on the bridge. Everyone was very careful. Although the bridge was very wide, with a width of 2,000 meters, it would take some time to walk back and forth. The people walking all gathered at the middle of the bridge, the black pillar. This was an instinctive reaction. Since they didn't know the situation, then the safest place on the bridge would be the middle of the bridge. Both sides were 1,000 meters wide. Even if something happened, it would be enough for them to react. In just one day, Lei Xingfeng felt that something was wrong. First was the mirror realm. He was the owner of the mirror realm. His intuition told him that the mirror realm couldn't be entered or exited on the bridge. Also, his hidden Luan space was compressed. He had a lot of things to begin with. He immediately noticed the compression of his hidden Luan space. He whispered to Wu Yang and immediately turned back. In the night, he ran all the way back to the starting point. In the middle of the night, he ran back to the city where the gap was. There were still many people who hadn't set off. They were the vanguard. The 5 gathered in the room. Lei Xingfeng said, "I have a scary guess." Wu Yang said, "Yes, I have a similar guess." "Feng, tell us." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm not sure about other things, but I believe that the mirror realm will be completely unusable after another 10 days, or even 7 or 8. Everyone's face turned ugly. Wu Yang said, "Strange pressure, it can actually make the hidden Luan space shrink. I don't know where the limit of shrinking is, but once it shrinks, the things in the hidden Luan space will suffer." Gao Yi said, "That's nothing. Have you tried taking things out of the hidden Luan space? It's going to be more difficult than usual. Based on my speculations, it's going to get more and more difficult." Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the hidden Luen space couldn't be opened, or if it was compressed, it would be difficult to retrieve items, then their supplies would be in big trouble. Xian Zhaolun panicked. What do we do? The bridge is clean, and there is no place to hunt. If there is a lack of supplies, there will be a riot. Lei Xingfeng said, This bridge is not that easy to cross. Xian Zhaolun said, It's not just that easy. Didn't you see the metal steel from before? Broken Soul Bridge. Wu Yang speculated. If I go, I probably won't be able to cross the mirror realm. Then only if a phone goes, the mirror realm will be considered over. In other words, if a phone goes, then it will truly be over. If we protect a phone, then we will protect the mirror realm. Gao Yi said, Yes, I think so too. Let's not talk about anything else, but a phone must go. If that's the case, then the three of us are enough. Let the two kids go back, there is no need for them to take the risk. Yu Ko said, Okay, Xian Zhaolun was a bit worried. If something happens to a phone, what will happen? Wu Yang said lightly. If something happens to a phone, then the mirror realm might be completely destroyed. I'm not too sure about this either. Everyone broke out in cold sweat, this risk was too big. Qi Meiyun said, We have to make ample preparations, or else it will be very troublesome. Gao Yi said, Who knows how many people will die this time, I don't think we can cross the heavenly moat this time. Wu Yang nodded. The main problem is that we don't understand the situation at all. Now that we are forced to move, even if we want to back out, it will be difficult. Lei Xingfeng discovered this early, so the situation could still be remedied. He said, Let's go back to the mirror realm and discuss again. Time is tight, we can't delay for too long. It will take 3 days for 300,000 people to cross the bridge. 1 day has already passed, we don't have much time left. Wu Yang agreed. Okay, let's go back to the mirror realm first. The people in the mirror realm were quickly mobilized. First, Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, and Gao Yi had to empty their hidden Luen space. No one knew how much their hidden Luen space would be compressed when crossing the heavenly moat. The three of them had a lot of resources in their hidden Luen space. This kind of compression would cause them great losses, so it was very important to leave the things in the mirror realm first. Then, they had to find Thunderstorm. This time, they had to summon Thunderstorm. The four lords of heaven would definitely be able to deal with the dangers on the heavenly moat. Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Thunderstorm's most important task was to protect Lei Xingfeng. Once Lei Xingfeng crossed, the mirror realm would also pass. This was the foundation of their survival, the mirror realm could not be lost. Finally, and also the most important task, was to make rations. Lei Xingfeng had already thought about it. If he wanted to control the people around him, then food was very important. At least the people around him would not rebel, and it would not be completely chaotic. If the other secret sects were to be chaotic, then they would have enough people to defend. Xian Zhaolun and Qi Meiyun would stay in the mirror realm. Their strength was still not enough. As true monarchs, once there was danger, the most they could do was protect themselves. They would not be of much help to Lei Xingfeng crossing the heavenly moat. Therefore, only 4 people went: Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingfeng. 4 lords of heaven. Even if there were any changes on the heavenly moat, they would be able to deal with it. Jin Depang was appointed as the commander-in-chief, and Ting Yuan was the vice-commander-in-chief. They led a few hundred people and began to make all kinds of rations. After Wu Yang and the others' hidden Luen spaces were empty, they were all filled with food. However, Lei Xingfeng was careful. He left behind some metal chains and metal shields. Flatbread, rice balls, spiced meatballs, and all kinds of food were placed in black wooden barrels. This thing could keep fresh. Fresh food could be kept for a long time, not to mention rations. There was one thing that Lei Xingfeng cared about the most. Even Wu Yang and the others neglected it. That was water. A large amount of water filled the hidden Luen space. The reason why it was full was because Lei Xingfeng said to bring some to the others. Lei Xingfeng was busy mobilizing the metal spiders. He mobilized a total of 4 huge metal spiders. They were all extremely heavy. Some of the food was stored in the spider's stomach. Lei Xingfeng also called out Jing Zia and let her command the metal spiders. More than 10 silver-level puppets and a few gold-level puppet. They were originally strong, so they could carry large metal boxes. After half a day of work, everything was finally completed. Lei Xingyao purposely found Lei Xingfeng and took out her collection of top-grade healing medicine. She secretly gave it to Lei Xingfeng and Thunderstorm. She could not bring other things, but the medicine was absolutely indispensable. Lei Xingyao gave the medicine to Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Thunderstorm. They also had a certain amount of medicine, so it should be enough. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go." After returning to the city, the last group of people from the hidden sect also began to step onto the natural moat. Lei Xingfeng rode on the metal spiders with Jing Zia beside him. They led the way. Because the road was extremely wide, they did not need to fight with others. Once the 4 huge metal spiders moved, they would make loud footsteps. The silver and gold level puppets all sat on the backs of the spiders and sped along the natural moat. They were much faster than people walking. The group of secret sect disciples stared dumbfoundedly at the 4 giant spiders that were nearly 10 meters long. They held up 2 large pincers as they charged past the group in an incomparably imposing manner. They were extremely envious in their hearts. There was no need for them to leave. Some cultivators who had their own puppets saw that this method was good and released their puppets one after another. However, they did not have mutated puppets like the metal spiders, so they could only watch with envious eyes. Along the way, they were incomparably eye-catching and caused a lot of discussion. However, they soon found out that the people sitting on the metal spiders were all Sky Monarch Realm Patriarch. The huge metal spiders covered 5 to 6 meters with each step. They rotated their long legs quickly. Even if a cultivator ran at full speed, they would not be able to reach this speed. After half a day, Lei Xingfeng and the others returned to their original position. Along the way, there were many people who followed Lei Xingfeng on the battlefield. When they saw Lei Xingfeng riding the spiders, they also rushed over and ran forward with him. When they returned to their original position, La Zi came up and said, "Afeng, how did you find such a powerful thing? Haha, is this a big spider? Puppets?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. I always felt that something was missing, so I went to find these 4 metal spiders and some puppets." La Zi did not ask much. He said, "A few of your friends are here." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Friends?" He did not think that he had any friends. However, when he saw the people who came up to him, he immediately knew that they were the perfected monarchs from the patrol team. Bai Dalin, Enruching, Chen Yuhu, Fei Nan and the cool green wolf were all here. As for Bai Yuruan, Hammer, and Little Hammer, they were all here. Fei Nan swayed her huge, fat body and said, "We've decided to follow Milord." Enruching and Bai Yuruan held hands and looked very intimate. Bai Yuruan said sweetly. Sister Qing also joined. "Hee, sir. You can't abandon us." Lei Xingfeng's face was full of black lines. These words made it sound like he was a lecher. He said, "Okay, all of you follow me. Also, I want to remind everyone to organize their hidden Luan space and put the food in a place where it can be easily obtained. And it's best to take out some of it." La Zi asked curiously, "Why?" Wu Yang said in a deep voice, "Listen to Afeng. You can't go wrong." Following Lei Xingfeng and La Zi's subordinates, they gathered about 500 to 600 people. They were really not conspicuous in a large army of 300,000 people. Lei Xingfeng said, "I want to remind everyone to be careful and save on food. You must save on food." Chapter 485. Little Hammer said, "Sir, why are we saving food? Aren't we going to cross the bridge soon?" Little Hammer was even more worried. He didn't want to walk on an empty stomach. Lei Xingfeng said, "You think we can cross the bridge soon?" "I don't think so. I think we have to walk for a long time on the bridge. If there's no food, where are you going to find it? The bridge was huge, but it was bare. There were no animals or plants, and there wasn't even a speck of dust. It would be extremely difficult to find food. Everyone was shocked. They had already experienced a food shortage once. If they were to experience it again, no one would be able to bear it. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng was right. There was nothing here. If they ran out of food, they wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Lei Xingfeng said again, "Those with humanoid beasts will be released immediately. After activating them, they will be able to carry your food. Even if it costs some energy, it will be worth it." Lei Xingfeng didn't care if the others listened or not, but he still had to remind them. The 4 metal spiders were extremely conspicuous in the group. They were extremely powerful and walked very fast. However, under Jing Zia's control, they were moving forward at the same speed as the group. Lei Xingfeng noticed that Fei Nan actually took out 10 silver-grade humanoid beasts and 1 gold-grade one. It could be seen that although this guy was fat, he had good methods and was definitely a smart guy. Lei Xingfeng's words depended on how one listened. Some didn't take it seriously, while others took it seriously. Fei Nan collected the food and had the humanoid beasts carry it. He was one of the few who listened to Lei Xingfeng's words. Most people just listened and thought that they had stored enough food. Even if they walked for dozens of days, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as they left the bridge, where would they not find food? Time passed day by day. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. This journey was extremely boring. They couldn't see the other side or the starting point. After walking for more than 30 days, the surrounding scenery hadn't changed. It gave people the feeling that no matter how long they walked, they were still in the same place. This was a very depressing feeling, as if they were doing useless work. As time passed, everyone's spirits became lower and lower. Lei Xingfeng naturally became the leader of this team. He began to control everyone's food. He forbade them from eating too much and told them to eat sparingly. At most, they would eat until they were 80% full. Of course, there were some who did not listen. Lei Xingfeng did not care. He simply said that since they did not listen, they would have to bear the consequences. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the weather was getting colder and colder. Gao Yi had specially added an ice seal to the metal spider to resist the effects of the cold on the spider. It had to be known that before the seal, the spider's body would be covered in icicles, and moving would consume more energy. With the seal, the spider's body would not be frozen, and Jing Zia would be able to command it more freely. The whistling of the wind was practically tormenting people's ears. Especially the sharp whistling of the wind, it was enough to make people collapse. There were news that many ordinary people had already frozen to death. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even if these ordinary people wore extremely thick leather robes, the cold wind could quickly penetrate and take away the heat from their bodies. Ordinary people were different from cultivators. Other than wearing thick beast skins, they had no other means. If the beast skins could not block the cold wind, then the only outcome was to freeze to death. In Lazi's team, there were also ordinary people. There were not many of them, only a few dozen. They were all the family members of core disciples. In these few days, 2 or 3 of them had frozen to death, causing the team to be gloomy. This was not considered much. After 30 days, all the cultivators discovered that the hidden Luan space had shrunk by 1/3. The entire space had been compressed, and the materials at the edges had all disappeared. Those who had carelessly thrown food in the hidden Luan space had suffered heavy losses. Right now, no materials were as precious as food. All the cultivators were busy organizing the hidden Luan space. Things that were not needed or things that were not important were immediately cleared out. Very quickly, there were countless ores and materials on the road, countless furniture and clothes, as well as countless random items. After being thrown out for a while, a gust of wind would blow, and then the sky would be filled with debris. It was an incomparably spectacular sight. Wu Yang and Gao Yi both stared at Lei Xingfeng. After a while, Wu Yang said, Feng, you're really amazing. You've already guessed from the start, haven't you? Lei Xingfeng said, I'm just worried. If there wasn't that, I would also be extremely hesitant. You have to know, the things in the hidden Luan space were all collected by me with countless efforts. Throwing them away would really hurt. Wu Yang said, It's more than just heartache. A lot of things are memorable. If I throw them away, not only would I feel heartache, I would also be very sad. Lazi heard something and said, You guys have already organized it? Wu Yang explained, It was Feng who deduced it. When we just entered the bridge, he discovered that the hidden Luan space was abnormal, so he reminded us to clean it up. Lazi said unhappily, Feng, you're not a good friend. Why didn't you tell me? Lei Xingfeng curled his lips and said, So what if I told you? Do you know how to clean it up? Lazi was stunned. He finally admitted that even if he knew, he wouldn't be willing to clean it up. This was throwing away his efforts. He didn't have the mirror world to store things. Even if he knew, he could only throw it away. He couldn't not keep it. Even if he knew, what could he do? He could only admit that Lei Xingfeng was right. He sighed and said, Lazi is going to go bankrupt. I'm going to go bankrupt. I'm going to become king poor man. There were also some people who couldn't bear to throw away things. They only needed to use things like food and their most important things. They put them in the center of the hidden Luan space. This was the most stable place. As for the other things at the edge, they didn't care. If they disappeared, so be it. If they threw it away, it would be too painful. The wind blew. Other than the people on the road, it was still clean. There wasn't even a speck of dust. It was as clean as if it had just been cleaned. The wind here was too strong. This was yet another blow to the practitioners. All of them had bitter looks on their faces. Probably only Daolord didn't have any problems. The other was Xian Feng and the other three. All of them had calm expressions. This didn't affect them at all. Bai Yuruan cried as she threw things out. Everyone looked at the things she threw out. There were floral quilts, floral dresses, all kinds of beautiful furs, and all kinds of exquisite furniture. Among them, there were more than a dozen dressing tables, which were blown away by the wind. Then she sobbed a few times, and her mouth kept muttering, My babies. Ayaya, babies, I'm sorry. Her mouth said, but her movements were not slow. Another large dressing table was thrown out, and no one knew how many of these strange things she had. Little Hammer grinned from ear to ear, looking very happy. Lei Xingfeng was secretly impressed. This woman didn't throw away any materials. The things she threw away were all luxury goods. Finally, Bai Yuro threw herself into Enruching's arms and cried, Ayaya, big sister Qing, I'm so sad. Enruching held back her laughter and said, It's okay, it's okay. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. What's there to be sad about? The group of over 300,000 had stretched out for over 100 kilometers. Now, they were scattered into small groups of people. There were very few people in the group. It was obvious at a glance that these secret sects had Daolord patriarchs, and they were able to keep the group intact. The others had all scattered. Most likely, the secret sects wouldn't be able to regroup until they reached their destination. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, The Great Migration. This is probably the hardest part. Let's see how long we have to walk. I hope there won't be too many twists and turns. After walking for another 5 days, everyone was on the verge of going crazy. It was too uncomfortable. The road was the same and the wind was the same. It was like an endless bridge. At this point, even if many of the secret sects regretted, they couldn't go back. They weren't fools. Once they left the city and entered the bridge, the outsiders would definitely go back. In other words, there was no way back. At this time, the bridge in front of them started to change. Soon, the news reached Lei Xingfeng and the others. The road in front of them started to go up, and a large slope appeared. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, this slope was about 30 degrees. It wasn't steep, but it would take a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had been riding on the big spider, so he didn't have to walk on the road. There were complaints, but even so, they had to continue moving forward. This slope wasn't steep, so they didn't have to bend over. However, the strong wind blew from one side, making it especially difficult to walk. The wind would come from the left and the right. The most painful thing was the wind in front of them, but the happiest thing was the wind behind them. It was too easy to walk with the wind, and their footsteps were definitely lighter. This slope took 2 days to climb. When they reached the top of the slope, Lei Xingfeng noticed that the road of the bridge had changed. It was about 10 degrees to the left, so when they looked behind them, there would be a slight change in direction. Wu Yang said, "Let's take a break. They're exhausted." He was referring to the ordinary people. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Okay, then let's take a break and eat something." At this time, there was no need to ask them to save on dry food. Everyone paid attention to this problem and ate very sparingly. In fact, many people didn't have much food left. Chuizi held a big bone in his hand and gnawed on it. In fact, there wasn't much meat on it, but he still gnawed on it tirelessly, like a dog that couldn't bear to part with its bones. Gao Yi curiously said, "Chuizi, there's no meat on it. Why are you still gnawing on it?" Chuizi laughed and said, "I know. This is the bone for this meal. My brother won't let me eat too much." As he said that, he twisted the bone and broke it. He immediately sucked on the broken bone. He was eating the bone marrow. Lei Xingfeng sighed in his heart. He had gained experience from eating. It was a classic example of sucking the marrow out of a bone. Chuizi and little Chui had been following Lei Xingfeng the whole time. In fact, Lei Xingfeng himself felt that it was strange, but the two just followed. After a long time, everyone was used to it. Even Lei Xingfeng was used to it. Chapter 486. Lei Xingfeng took the cooked meat and the flatbread. He tore the flatbread open and placed the minced meat inside. Then, he struck it with an electric arc. The result was a steaming hot rigiamo. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very fragrant and sweet. In one breath, he made 4 big rigiamos and handed them to Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, and Gao Yi. He took one for himself and the 4 of them sat on the back of the giant spider and started eating. In the team, there was a general shortage of water. Lei Xingfeng's team was still considered good. At the beginning, he had distributed a lot of water to everyone. Everyone had a few big buckets. Furthermore, they controlled the amount of water they used. Every day, they were only allowed to drink the water and were not allowed to use it for other purposes. It was even more strictly forbidden to use it for things like washing their faces. Therefore, the team still had water until now. The other cultivators had their own ways and ways. They still had water. As for those who didn't make sufficient preparations at the beginning, even if they brought a lot of water, most of it had been used up. Cultivators had the habit of carrying a lot of water when they were out in the wild. However, this time, it was a little more tragic because there was no place to replenish it. In this way, cultivators with the water and ice attributes became treasures. They could condense ice cubes and create some water. They were the target of all the cultivators in the team. In Lei Xingfeng's team, there was an ice attribute heavenly monarch like Gao Yi. However, he rarely took action. According to him, if he didn't make any preparations and wanted him to do the work, there was no way. He didn't want to wait on him. Although the number of cultivators with the water and ice attributes was small, they didn't completely cut off the supply of water in the team. However, the amount of water they produced wasn't much either. It would be a joke if they wanted to satisfy so many people. Every time Hammer finished eating, it would stare at Lei Xingfeng. Every time Lei Xingfeng was stared at, he would feel embarrassed. At that time, he would give Hammer some food, but he didn't dare to give too much. Otherwise, other people would come up and stare at him. The silly big guy's gaze was very cute and innocent. Lei Xingfeng couldn't stand this, so every time Hammer ate, little Hammer would also get a share. 80 days had passed, and this time, even Lei Xingfeng felt that he couldn't take it anymore. There was enough food, but the water consumption was too fast. Their team had 500 to 600 people, and most of them didn't realize the importance of water at the beginning. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng had to be responsible for drinking water for them. Although the amount was small, it still consumed most of the water that the four of them had brought. At this point, it was impossible to turn back. They didn't know where the end was. Many normal people and low-level practitioners died of thirst. They really died of thirst. Not to mention the other teams, just the teams around Lei Xingfeng had more than 10 people dying of thirst. Bai Dalan came in front of Lei Xingfeng. He was a rather quiet person. Looking at Lei Xingfeng, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Gao Yi said, "You. What are you doing?" Lei Xingfeng was attentive. He saw that Bai Dalan's lips were all cracked. He knew that this guy had been without water for a day or two. Shaking his head slightly, he took out a bucket of water and handed it to Bai Dalan without saying anything. Bai Dalan's eyes flashed with gratitude. He reached out and put the bucket into his hidden Luan space. He didn't say anything and quietly left. Gao Yi said disapprovingly, "How many people can you save?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll save as many as I can. We're all in the same team. I can't just watch him die of thirst. We don't care about the other teams, but this team. I'll take care of them if I can. If there comes a day when I can't take care of them, then there's nothing I can do." Thunderstorm looked at Lei Xingfeng and whispered, "Do you have enough water for yourself?" Lei Xingfeng nodded, "I have enough." In this place, Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng gave out the most things. The two of them knew many people, especially Wu Yang. There were also people from other teams who came to him to ask for food and water. As for Gao Yi and Thunderstorm, the two of them had always been lonely souls. Thunderstorm had many friends in the original continent, but in the hidden sect, he had no friends. Of course, the two of them didn't have to be like Lei Xingfeng and Wu Yang, who still had a lot of food and water. Thunderstorm said, "A phone, if it's not enough, Yi has a lot here." Lei Xingfeng smiled, "I know." Wu Yang said worriedly, "I've counted. 83 days and I don't see any hope. The news from the front isn't very good. This heavenly moat is really not easy to cross." Lei Xingfeng said, "We can't communicate with the mirror world. The hidden Luan space has shrunk by at least half. This path is too difficult." Thunderstorm said, "We have to go even if it's difficult. There's no way back. However, I'm very interested in what's ahead. I wonder what's on the other side that's worth the destruction of the patriarchs." Fei Nan came over and said, "The teams behind sent news that someone has started robbing." Wu Yang said, "Robbing? Robbing what?" Fei Nan said, "Robbing water and food. The Heavenly Monarch is leading the team." Lei Xingfeng immediately understood that the higher-ups of the hidden sect couldn't take it anymore. The stronger ones were robbing the weaker ones. He said, "The Tao Monarch Patriarchs don't care?" Fei Nan sighed and said, "There are too many. Usually they don't kill people, they just rob. To be more precise, they extort and threaten with force. Killing people is not their goal. They want food and water, especially water. They even capture people, capture water and ice cultivators." Wu Yang said calmly, "We can't do anything about it." After about 2 days of chaos, a message came from the front. The Tao Monarch Patriarchs said that whoever dared to extort and rob would be exterminated. Only then did the chaos calm down. However, many people died. It was said that a true monarch risked his life and knocked a heavenly monarch off the bridge. He didn't come back and fell down with the heavenly monarch. On this day, Lei Xingfeng sat on the back of the giant spider and said, Yi, do you feel that it's getting colder?" Thunderstorm said, "More and more people are freezing to death. The surroundings were getting darker. There was almost no difference between day and night. At this time, the sky and the endless starry sky under the bridge could be seen. This bridge seemed to be built in the universe. Lei Xingfeng couldn't understand it at all. It's snowing? Xianfeng heard some ding-dang-dang-dang sounds, then he saw something appear on the back of the large spider. He picked it up. It was actually a palm-sized piece of ice, its edges as sharp as a knife. Raising his head, he saw bits of white falling down, causing some people to cheer. Ice represented water. For many people who lacked water, after a piece of ice melted, it became a mouthful of water. Gao Ye's face turned ugly. He shouted, "Gather around. Jingxia, gather the giant spiders and form a circle. Hurry!" His voice was filled with anxiety. Jingxia immediately formed a circle around the giant spider. Gao Yi said, "A Feng, command everyone to enter the circle. Hurry!" Lei Xingfeng immediately stood up and shouted, "Everyone, come in! Hurry, hurry!" Lei Xingfeng's prestige was very high. Everyone was willing to listen to his command. Everyone quickly entered the circle. Gao Yi said, "Don't just stand there. Come down." Everyone looked on in confusion. Lei Xingfeng jumped down from the giant spider's back. Gao Yi said, "Who has a steel shield? Take it out." Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Listen to my command. Take it out quickly." He also had a metal shield, but there weren't many of them. He immediately took it out and handed it to the gold-level puppet. Gao Yi said, "Raise it above your head. Raise the shield above your head." Everyone suddenly reacted and hurriedly searched for their own hidden Luan space. Almost everyone had a steel shield. Most of them had it when they first started cultivating. At that time, the metal shield was a very good defensive weapon. Many people kept it in their hidden Luan space as a memento. Of course, there were also many people who threw it away long ago. Shields were raised one after another, and more ice shards fell down. The ice shards hit the shields and the spiders' backs, making crisp clanking sounds. Some people didn't think it was a big deal. How could these ice shards hurt people? Wasn't Boss Heavenly Lord making a mountain out of a molehill? Gao Ye's understanding of ice wasn't something people like them could understand. Since he was so anxious, it meant that danger was really approaching. Lei Xingfeng firmly believed that. Suddenly, a strange wind sound was heard. That sound was truly hair-raising. It was like a long whistle. Then, there was an extremely dense sound of hitting and clanking. Then, there was the sound of the troops in the distance letting out miserable howls. Everyone hiding under the shields paled. Everyone knew that sages with 3 or 4 rings and above might be able to defend, but those with lower cultivation wouldn't be able to defend. Those ordinary people wouldn't be able to defend either. There were also ordinary people in their team. They were all hiding under the shields, trembling. They were clearly scared out of their wit. The mournful whistles mixed with the occasional miserable cries made everyone feel powerless. They hadn't seen a single enemy along the way. Just because of the environment, they had suffered heavy casualties. From time to time, ice shards would fall from the gaps of the shields. Lei Xingfeng grabbed one and said, "It's getting bigger." Because of the large metal spiders and the steel shields above their heads, Lei Xingfeng's group didn't suffer any casualties. However, they knew that if it wasn't for Gao Ye's reminder, the ordinary people in the team would have been wiped out. Unless the practitioners protected them with all their strength, it wouldn't be a problem if it was only for a short period of time. But if it was for a long time, even sages wouldn't be able to take it. After an entire day, the ice shards that fell from the gaps of the shields piled up and were quickly stored into the hidden Luan space. This was water. The wind and ice shards finally stopped on the second day. Just like this, at least 20,000 out of the 300,000 people died. Most of them were ordinary people. There were also a few low-level practitioners. Many of the Luan masters who had just started cultivating died. As for the sages and above, there were almost no death. Those who were injured would be healed after some treatment. When the shields were removed, Lei Xingfeng saw that the other teams were filled with grief. The ordinary people were all family members. If they died, then so be it. But if they lived, then it was extremely sad. Their cries shook the heavens. If it was the death of a practitioner, then it wouldn't be much. But the death of a family member was unbearable for many people. The ordinary people in Lei Xingfeng's team all had ashen faces. However, there was still a trace of joy. Fortunately, they were in this team. Otherwise, the casualties would also be heavy. La Zi specially came over to thank him. The ordinary people in the team were all from his secret sect. Lei Xingfeng said, "La Zi, don't thank me. If Uncle Gao didn't discover it early, I wouldn't have known it was so powerful." Also, he didn't finish his sentence, but La Zi understood the meaning of his words. Who knew what dangers would come in the future? This journey was actually endless. They didn't even know where the end was. Chapter 487. La Zi smiled bitterly and said, "I have already accepted my fate. My only hope is that I can see the end of this natural moat. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have come out. At least we can still live in the original place." Sigh. I didn't see a beautiful life, but I saw heavy casualties. In fact, it wasn't just La Zi who was complaining. Almost all the cultivators in the secret sects were complaining and even hating. Qin Yu said with a wooden face, "Broken Soul Bridge, these words should be spoken from the bottom of your heart." Thinking of the metal steel when they set off, everyone's face turned even uglier. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, we are already here. There's no use in complaining. Let's think about how to survive." No matter how sad they were, they still had to continue walking. A few days later, news came from the front that they had encountered an iceberg. They thought they had arrived at their destination, but it turned out they weren't. When Lei Xingfeng and the rest arrived, they discovered that this iceberg was very strange. This thing was like a popsicle from Lei Xingfeng's previous life. This path was a wooden stick, and the entire iceberg was skewered on the wooden stick. When Lei Xingfeng and the rest entered the ice passage, the whole team cheered because this completely solved the water problem. Many people began to dig out large chunks of ice and stored them in their hidden Luan space. Everyone was jubilant and swept away their bad luck. Lei Xingfeng was no exception. He asked Jing Zia to command the puppet beast to dig out chunks of ice to replenish his reserve. This journey was too miserable. It could be said that they had bad luck again and again. They didn't expect to be able to replenish their water. This really solved a big problem. Unfortunately, there was still no place to replenish their food. The team moved forward slowly. Every cultivator dug out chunks of ice as they walked. Some people couldn't wait to melt the ice and take a bath. Even Lei Xingfeng and the rest took out a large wooden bucket to melt the ice and take a bath. This ice passage wasn't very long. They passed through it in a day, but it greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators. The original team was about to collapse. Whether it was enlightened masters, monarchs, or even heaven monarchs, they couldn't take it anymore. Lei Xingfeng felt refreshed as he sat on the spider's back and said, "I'm finally alive. It's simply amazing. In this life, I will never walk the same path again. This road is the King Gates of Hell." Gao Yi heard this from the side and asked, "What is the Gates of Hell?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He simply couldn't explain it. That was a saying from his previous life. He chuckled and said, "The Gates of Hell should be even harder to walk than this road, hee." Gao Yi was shocked. "There's a path harder than this? That's too amazing." Thunderstorm knew that Lei Xingfeng would often say unreliable things. He said, "Don't listen to Feng's nonsense." Gao Yi laughed. "Oh, it's nonsense. Hee, Feng, do you think we've walked half the way?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, "God knows. If only we've walked half the way. That way we can be sure that we'll reach our destination in 100 days. Uncle Gao, do you think we've walked half the way?" Gao Yi sighed and said, "I hope so. Otherwise, even I'm about to lose confidence." Wu Yang said, "There's no way to calculate. We'll take it one step at a time. We're on the path of no return. If we can walk out, I'll celebrate." Even he was starting to lose confidence. No one was confident. Even the Tao Lord ancestors probably didn't know much about the path ahead. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many loopholes and problems when they set out. 10 days later, Xian Feng noticed that the bridge had changed directions again, this time to the right. Simulating it in his heart, Xian Feng noticed that this bridge was trying to go around something. Of course, with his eyesight, he couldn't see what they were trying to avoid. The two sides were filled with stars, or more accurately speaking, the top, bottom, left, and right were filled with stars. He couldn't see any danger. Not long after, danger came again. This time it was a hot wind. The temperature rose sharply. Lei Xingfeng couldn't sit on the spider's back. Metal absorbed heat easily. The entire metal was boiling hot, forcing Lei Xingfeng to jump down and walk. Everyone was sweating profusely. Soon, everyone couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, they had obtained a large number of ice cubes. Many people held ice cubes in their hands and chewed on them to lower their temperature while walking with difficulty. Some cultivators couldn't take it anymore and started to release their defenses. Everyone knew that defenses were only temporary and couldn't be maintained for long. Even so, many people still released their defenses to resist the terrifying heat. The hot wind whistled. Lei Xingfeng realized that something was wrong. He said, "Should we stop and resist? If this continues, we'll burn." As soon as he finished speaking, some people's clothes burst into flames. Cultivators were still fine, as they could rely on their defenses to tear off their burning clothes. However, ordinary people could not do anything. They frantically pulled at their burning clothes, letting out earth-shattering screams. Gao Yi suddenly moved. In an instant, a wave of coldness rushed out. Everyone whose clothes were burning felt a cooling sensation. The flames on their clothes were completely extinguished. Gao Yi said in a low voice, "Take off your clothes." The ordinary people who could reach here were all young men and women. Although they were extremely uncomfortable, they still took off their clothes and only covered their lower bodies with a single layer of clothing. Thunderstorm said, "This wind is a bit evil." "Look, there's fire," Xian Feng observed carefully and noticed that there were threads of flames in the wind, occasionally appearing and disappearing. Luckily, there were very few of them. The people whose clothes were on fire had touched these threads of flames. Xian Feng shouted, "There's fire in the wind, those with families, protect them." Wu Yang said, "This fire is good stuff. Those who cultivate the fire element can benefit from it." Jing Zia said, Feng, the big spiders can't take it anymore. It's better to lower their temperature." Gao Yi said, "It's okay." As he spoke, he activated the ice restriction on the big spiders. In an instant, the big pig cooled down. Lei Xingfeng hugged it and immediately felt extremely comfortable. He said, "Let the ordinary people come closer. Hurry up, we can protect them here." If the 4 big spiders walked in a line, they could be nearly 40 meters long. Many people could be protected by them. There was a Lord of Heaven sitting on top of the big spiders. The others lined up on both sides. The outermost layer was made up of 8th and 9th ring sages. Those closest to the big spiders were ordinary people. The other teams weren't so lucky. First of all, they didn't have the big spiders or the ice restriction. They could only suffer bitterly. This time, many people died. A large number of ordinary people either died from the heat or were burned to death. The team of 300,000 people was now less than 300,000 people. No one complained anymore. They didn't even have the strength to complain. They used all means to save their lives. Except for the people closest to them, the others didn't have time to care. Even if they were burned alive in front of them, there was nothing they could do. This gust of hot wind mixed with thin threads of flame came and went quickly. After about an hour, it disappeared without a trace, and the surroundings were once again cold. Many people were only wearing a set of clothes. Among them, the cultivators were the same. The previous cleaning of the hidden Luan space was too ruthless. Most of their daily necessities were thrown away. Now they were at a loss. They couldn't walk on the bridge naked, right? Fortunately, there were other cultivators. A person, no matter if it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, would always have a few friends. If they really couldn't do it, they could thicken their skin and ask for some. Fortunately, the food in the big spiders was almost used up. Otherwise, this hot wind, even if it couldn't burn the food, it could easily spoil it. Lei Xingfeng's team handled it well. Except for a few ordinary people who were burned, the others didn't suffer any losses. The other teams were miserable. The ordinary people suffered again. According to Gao Yi, this wasn't a path ordinary people should take. The ordinary people who could reach the destination not only needed good luck, but also strong protection. Even so, there might not even be 1 in 100 ordinary people who could cross. Whales were everywhere. But even so, they still had to continue forward. Lei Xingfeng and the others found that the hot wind would occasionally sneak up on them. It didn't last long, about half an hour to an hour. With the first experience, once a sign appeared, they would immediately start defending. The number of casualties decreased significantly. The natural chasm tortured them to the point of wanting to die. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, and Gao Yi were all anxious, let alone the others. La Zi's face was sallow, almost turning into bacon. He smiled bitterly. I really regret coming out. I don't know how many people can escape this. It's too damn hard to walk. Lei Xingfeng said, I keep feeling that it's not over. There should be something even more difficult and dangerous waiting for us. La Zi couldn't help but shout, Hey, Afeng, can't you have some confidence? Everyone was suffering. Even the Dao Lord Patriarch was no exception. La Zi said, Afeng, have some confidence. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, I'll give you some confidence. La Zi was instantly speechless. Was confidence given just because he said so? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said dejectedly, I don't have any confidence anymore. Sigh. I'm so King unlucky. He knew that his secret door might not be able to pass this hurdle. This was with the protection of Wu Yang and the other 3 heavenly lords. Otherwise, it would be even more miserable. Wu Yang said, Don't worry about the rest of the journey. As long as we deal with it properly, at least we won't die for no reason. Even if we really die, it will be King worth it. La Zi, if you continue like this, you won't be able to take it even if it's a smooth journey, let alone a disaster. Cheer up. You're a perfected lord after all. Lei Xingfeng said encouragingly, Tomorrow, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Wu Yang's words couldn't compare to this. Instantly, everyone's spirits were lifted and cheers sounded. Little Hammer even ran over with his hammer and asked, Can we eat as we please? Someone on the side said, Is that possible? It's already good enough that we can eat 1 meal. According to your brother's appetites, each of you can eat 10 portions. No one can take it. Hammer's face was red. He desperately pulled Little Hammer and hid in the crowd. Hammer didn't speak. He just kept shaking his head, indicating for Little Hammer to stop talking. Chapter 488. Only later did they find out that Little Hammer was the older brother, while Hammer was the younger brother. The most interesting thing was that Little Hammer was brought up by Little Hammer and taught him how to cultivate. However, Hammer was gifted, and after cultivating, his strength soared, eventually surpassing Little Hammer. The relationship between the 2 brothers was very good, especially Little Hammer. They doted on each other, and when they got food, he would eat very little, and most of it would be fed to Hammer. Feng treated these 2 brothers differently because of how they took care of each other and how much they loved each other. He had always thought that the 2 of them were true to themselves and hated selfish people. Although Feng had been controlling everyone's food consumption and occasionally took out food to distribute, there were too many people. Basically, no one was able to fill their stomach. Thinking that Wuyang, Lei Bao and Gao Ye's hidden Luan space still had enough food, he decided to let everyone have a meal. Even if they couldn't fill their stomachs, it would at least slow down their hunger. The next day, Lei Xingfeng took out a large amount of flatbread, rice balls, and various kinds of meat and distributed them. Everyone didn't get much, just 4 flatbread, 4 rice balls, and a big bowl of meat. Even the normal people got no more, no less. Many people were almost out of food, so they only ate a little, and put the rest into their hidden Luan space. As for Hammer, he didn't think about anything, and ate it as soon as he got it. To him, this was just a few bites, and it wasn't even enough to fill the bottom. Little Hammer ate a flatbread, and the rest was given to Hammer. Hammer wasn't stupid, he was just naive. He pushed with all his might and said, "I'm full, really, you eat." Lei Xingfeng couldn't stand this and said, "Little Hammer, come here." Little Hammer came to Lei Xingfeng's side. Because everyone was the same, Lei Xingfeng also got 4 flatbread, 4 rice balls, and a bowl of braised meat. He gave it to Little Hammer and said, "I'll give this to Hammer." In the end, Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, and even Gao Yi handed the food in their hands to Little Hammer and said, "The big guy has a big appetite. Let him eat." Although everyone was envious, they didn't say anything. The Heaven Monarch didn't eat it himself and left it for Hammer. What else could they say? Little Hammer was a little dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while and said with a slightly red face, "You guys didn't eat either." Xian Feng spoke. "I told you to take it, so just take it, it's for Hammer to eat, not for you." Little Hammer was grateful and did not refuse anymore. He looked at Little Hammer's hungry stomach and felt his heart ache. Only then did he take it and feed it to Little Hammer. Although Lei Xingfeng had stored a lot of food, he really didn't know how long this journey would take. It had already been more than 100 days, and there were still no signs of them reaching their destination. He could only ensure that everyone wouldn't starve to death and still have some strength. As they moved forward, Lei Xingfeng and the others suddenly realized that the crowd in front seemed to be gathering. Wu Yang said, "Quick, look in front." Lei Xingfeng looked up and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene in front was too shocking. The bridge or the road suddenly stood up as though it took an incense stick to burn. What was going on with this road? Lei Xingfeng wanted to take a closer look, and the power of thunder and lightning surged into his eyes. In an instant, his eyes spat out a foot-long silver light. He couldn't see the incense-like road clearly, but Lei Xingfeng had a new discovery. This road was full of restrictions, and there were restriction nodes everywhere. It was so complicated that Lei Xingfeng only took one look and fainted. He almost fell off the giant spider's back. He was secretly shocked. How big of a deal was this? This bridge was actually man-made. It was 2F** king scary. What kind of strength and level was needed to build such a passage? Not only could he not understand these restrictions, but it was also extremely difficult to see them clearly. However, Lei Xingfeng was still unwilling to give up. Although he couldn't understand the entire restriction, it didn't stop him from looking for things that were beneficial to him. There was no need to look at the entire restriction. Even if he tried hard, even if he cried, he wouldn't be able to see anything. However, the restriction here wasn't just the entire restriction of the bridge. There was also a restriction on the pillar in the middle of the bridge. After a brief analysis, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile. He jumped off the giant spider and came to the pillar. Wu Yang asked curiously, "Feng, what are you doing?" Everyone's attention was focused on him. Lei Xingfeng's eyes flickered with silver light. He quickly found some of the nodes on the pillar's restriction. After a brief analysis, he shot out an arc of electricity and hit one of the node. In an instant, the pillar emitted a soft, pale white light. A circular barrier expanded, about 10 meters in diameter. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. This was actually a defensive barrier. He gradually understood that the bridge was actually protected. It was just that they didn't know about it. Gao Yi said, "What is this? A defense?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Gao, try attacking it." Gao Yi nodded. "Okay." A big hand of ice flew out and slammed onto the white defensive barrier. With a bang, the big hand of ice shattered. It actually had a little bit of ability to counterattack. Immediately, everyone was overjoyed. They all understood what this meant. If there was any danger, they could hide behind this barrier. At least they had a way to save their lives. Wu Yang said, "How do we activate it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I know how to activate it. Let me take a look." He directly stimulated the nodes and activated the defense. He believed that there were other ways, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the place to activate it. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. "Damn, I can't find it," Wu Yang said, "but how did you activate it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I can find the key nodes." Wu Yang analyzed for a long time, but he still couldn't find the so-called restriction node. He said helplessly, "I can't find it." Thunderstorm and Gao Yi also struggled for a while, but they also couldn't find any restriction node. After a while, Wu Yang said, "We can't do anything." Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it. It's fine as long as I know." Everyone continued to walk forward. Then, they saw that the erected bridge deck was getting bigger and taller. They couldn't even see the top. Lei Xingfeng estimated that the angle of this erected bridge deck was about to reach 60 degrees. It was almost vertical. As the bridge deck was rather smooth, climbing up it was almost hopeless. Therefore, the people in front were all blocked by the erected bridge deck. It was densely packed with people. Lei Xingfeng was still a kilometer away from the erected bridge deck, but he couldn't walk any further. The crowd was gathering, and it was abnormally noisy. Wu Yang said, "Let's set up camp. I don't think we can solve it in a short time." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and agreed. He said, "Let's set up camp." Jing Zia commanded the 4 metal spiders to form a circle. Everyone entered the circle to rest. This was the safest method. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go to the front and take a look." The 4 heaven monarchs moved forward and released their auras. A path naturally appeared. No one dared to compete with the 4 heaven monarchs. They immediately opened a path for the 4 of them to pass through quickly. 1 kilometer was 1 kilometer away. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the erected bridge deck. Wu Yang said, "Wait for me. I will go and ask the patriarch about the situation." Among the 4 of them, he was the only one who could talk to the patriarch. After all, he had been in the secret sect for a long time and was a peak-stage heaven monarch. Even the patriarch had to give him some face. Lei Xingfeng said, "Patriarch, be careful. I will observe for a while more." Wu Yang agreed and said, "Wait for me here. Don't run around. Once you mix into the crowd, it won't be easy to find you." After Wu Yang left, Lei Xingfeng's eyes flickered with silver light again. He had to find the trick to go up. Otherwise, he would be trapped to death. It was meaningless to turn back now. This time, Lei Xingfeng was able to avoid the entire restriction and the nodes of the restriction. Those things were too complicated and not something he could imagine. He mainly observed the protective range of the restriction. As expected, he saw hope on the erected bridge deck. There was a protective restriction about half a meter tall. Beyond half a meter, the protection would disappear. In other words, under this restriction, safety was guaranteed. Flying here was definitely courting death. However, with the ability to fly upwards, as long as one stayed close to the ground, one could swim up. That's right, swim up. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "It's not difficult to go up." Gao Yi looked up and said, "How high is this?" Thunderstorm said, "How do we swim?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Let me demonstrate. Ah Yi, you will understand once you see." Chapter 489. Gao Yi said, "Let me see how you swim up." However, Thunderstorm said, "Be careful." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "It's okay. It's very simple. Everyone will learn it in one go." As he spoke, Lei Xingfeng stuck to the ground. As the bridge was tilted at a 60-degree angle, Lei Xingfeng looked like he was leaning against the back of the chair. His face was facing the outside. He opened his hands and his body suddenly jumped up. This was relying on the power of flight. He twisted his waist and swam up like a big fish. In an instant, he rose to a height of 100 meters. This was the best demonstration, and very quickly there were people who learned and swam up. Xenfeng quickly landed and spoke. That's it. The power of an example was endless. A large number of cultivators began to learn to swim up. Looking from below, the densely packed people were swimming up the vertical bridge. It was simply spectacular to the extreme. Wu Yang returned and said, "Have you found a way to go up?" Xianfeng spoke. "The erected bridge has a half-meter layer of defense, so you can fly up while sticking close to it. Of course, your body can't exceed half a meter, if not, I don't know what dangers you'll face." Wu Yang said, "Come with me to see Patriarch Huiqing." Lei Xingfeng nodded in agreement. This method had a certain flaw. He needed to communicate with the Patriarch and then pass it down. As for those impatient cultivators, Lei Xingfeng couldn't care less. He still understood the principle of not meddling in politics if he wasn't in his position. Soon, the four of them arrived in front of Patriarch Huiqing. Patriarch Huiqing was still looking at the vertical bridge. It was already densely packed with people. Wu Yang explained briefly. He and Patriarch Huiqing could be considered friends, so he came over to tell him the key points. Patriarch Huiqing immediately ordered everyone who went up to come down. He said, "Wu Yang, thank you for telling us. Otherwise we would have been passive." Wu Yang said, "This is all thanks to Afeng. He was the one who discovered the secret." Patriarch Huiqing said, "Oh, Afeng, a heavenly monarch. Not bad, do you have any suggestions?" Lei Xingfeng said, "There are 2 points. One is the restriction on the bridge. It's only half a meter wide. Anyone who swims onto the bridge can't go beyond half a meter. Otherwise, I can't be sure what kind of danger there will be. The other point is to organize people to hang iron chains on the pillars in the middle. I don't know how high it is, but if there is an iron chain hanging down, then people can rest for a while." Patriarch Huiqing's eyes were filled with admiration. The surrounding patriarchs also nodded. This method was more reliable and feasible. Patriarch Huiqing said, "Very good, let's do it." Only then did Wu Yang leave with the others. As they walked, Lei Xingfeng said, "Elder Ancestor has also become much more haggard." Wu Yang said, "Of course the pressure is great. Elder Ancestor is also human. He will also be angry and anxious." Back at the temporary camp, Lei Xingfeng and the others waited for arrangements. Even with Lei Xingfeng's trick of swimming up, the cultivators still suffered heavy casualties. Some cultivators who swam up high suddenly became exhausted and slid down the bridge. This kind of situation was quite frequent. Those who were lucky were able to pass, but those who were unlucky were also brought down. Then, more and more people gathered and finally, they fell down. It was easy to kill hundreds of people at once. Later on, there was a heaven monarch in charge of going up according to the rules. It was not like the chaotic swarm at the beginning. The situation was better. In addition, it was more troublesome for ordinary people. They were all brought up by cultivators, which consumed a lot of time and energy. Fortunately, there were chains hanging down. Otherwise, they would not be able to go up at all. Soon, it was Lei Xingfeng and the others' turn. However, they had to give up the huge metal spider. It was absolutely impossible to go up. After taking down the food on the spider's back, Lei Xingfeng did not put it away. Instead, he directly distributed it to everyone and said, "This is 10 days' worth of food. Eat it sparingly. We have to give up on the spider. In addition, if you want to bring people up, it's best to accompany others. When there's danger, at least someone will lend a helping hand." Lei Xingfeng continued, "Uncle Gao and I will open the path in front. At the end, Founder and I, Yi, will bring up the rear. As for the others, True Monarch will be on the periphery. True Monarch and the True Monarch will be in the middle. Maintain a certain distance. Let's go." Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi took the lead and swam up first. Then, everyone followed. True Monarch was in charge of safety on both sides. Wu Yang and Thunderstorm were in charge of rescue because they were at the bottom. Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi were in charge of opening the path. Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi had to be aware of anything that fell down. No matter if it was a person or an object, it was not the time to be merciful. For the safety of the people below, they had to take action. Of course, if it was possible to save, Lei Xingfeng would also do so. However, Gao Yi did not care. Anything that fell down or slid down was his target. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, were like two agile fish. They quickly swam up and quickly caught up with the group in front. Gao Yi shouted, "Make a path in front. Don't block the way." Just as the people above wanted to scold him, they immediately realized that something was wrong. There were two heavenly monarchs below. They swam to the side in horror. Lei Xingfeng had a metal chain in his hand, and so did Gao Yi. Once they encountered trouble, this thing could save or kill. It was definitely the best weapon. Little Hammer and Little Hammer were holding hands. Enruching and Bai Yuruan were also holding hands. Fei Nan was more miserable. He alone was stronger than the three of them. What was worse was that the thickness of his chest alone was definitely more than half a meter. As for La Zi, he was having a hard time. There were ordinary people in his secret sect, so he had to be carried by his subordinates from the secret sect. He would need backup at any time. The most relaxed ones were Wu Yang and Thunderstorm. As long as there was no one above, the two of them would be fine. They swam up leisurely. Both of them were extremely powerful, and were not afraid of this slope and length. They also did not care about this little bit of danger. Similarly, Wu Yang and Thunderstorm both had metal chains in their hands. This thing was definitely indispensable. Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi swam past group after group of people. Looking at the ant-like crowd below, Lei Xingfeng said, "I wonder how many people will be left behind this time." Gao Yi said, "Not half, but at least a quarter of the people will not be able to go up." Lei Xingfeng said, "There won't be that many." Gao Yi said, "You're letting a person with 5 true ring bodies swim up?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I know they can't fly, but they can bring their companions up, right? They are the foundation of a secret sect. Without the foundation, how can the secret sect develop?" Gao Yi said, "Foundation my ass. They can't even protect their own lives, let alone the foundation. Who cares if other people live or die if they aren't friends or relatives?" These words had the flavor of die a friend rather than die a friend. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi turned to look and saw a string of people sliding down. The two of them were in the position. Xianfeng and Gao Yi looked at each other. The iron chains in their hands had already been raised. After all, they weren't here to kill, so the 2 iron chains were like 2 long spears, directly pushing away the people who had slid down. Cries of alarm rang out continuously. Everyone knew that once someone slid down, if no one helped them, they would fall to their death. The people below could no longer see clearly. They were all black dots the size of needles. Even the large abandoned spiders were only the size of ants. Lei Xingfeng estimated that they were at least 2,000 meters high. As for whether or not that was true, only the heavens knew. They rose higher and higher. Gradually, the bridge below them became as thin as a needle. Lei Xingfeng felt a wave of fear. This was too damn high. Especially when the surroundings were filled with twinkling stars, it made it even more difficult to tell up from down or left from right. Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi seized a few pillars in the middle of the bridge and hung the metal chains on them. Then, they let the people below rest on them. Lei Xingfeng also hung on them. He said, "What is that?" Gao Yi said, "I don't know. It looks like a ribbon." Behind the bridge, there was a ribbon of light of unknown length lying quietly in the air. Or rather, in the universe. However, this universe was different from what Lei Xingfeng knew. Even if Lei Xingfeng saw this ribbon, he felt that it was very beautiful. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng understood. he said, "This bridge seems to be to go around this ribbon." Gao Yi took a closer look and also reacted. He said, "It is indeed so. According to the original position, this bridge will definitely pass through the ribbon. It seems like this ribbon is very dangerous." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "No matter how dangerous it will not affect this place." The two of them chatted casually, but the others were in a more miserable state. They were all panting as they hung on the metal chains. When they looked below, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. It was too high. They all felt helpless and weak in their hearts. As for the ordinary people, they had already been blindfolded and couldn't see at all. If they really saw it, at least a portion of them would be scared to death. Fei Nan directly hung on a pillar. If he hung on the metal chains, he doubted that the metal chains would be able to support him. The rapid breathing finally calmed down. Everyone felt that their mouths and tongues were dry. They hurriedly drank water and ate some dry rations to replenish their energy. A few heaven monarchs also drank water and ate dry rations. This consumption was indeed a bit high, but they could still maintain their composure. After all, the foundation of their strength was different. They had to rest moderately. They definitely couldn't rest for too long. Of course, they couldn't not rest enough either. They had to grasp this degree. Lei Xingfeng calculated and said, "Let's go. Put in more effort. We will be there soon." In fact, he was talking nonsense. He didn't know where the top was. However, this encouraged the group's morale. The group once again swam upwards. A few of them were exhausted and slid down. They were entangled by Elder Thunderstorm or Wu Yang's metal chains and then dragged up. They didn't know how much time had passed. In any case, they had rested 7 times. The interval between each break was shorter than the previous one. When everyone was about to despair, they finally climbed to the top. After reaching the top, everyone was paralyzed. They were all lying on the ground like dead dogs. No one could get up. Even Lei Xingfeng and the others were lying on the ground. Chapter 490. Lei Xingfeng lay on the ground and turned his head to look. He saw people coming up one after another. They were like earthworms as they slid softly onto the road. They couldn't even stand up and had to twist their bodies out of habit to move forward a little so that they wouldn't slip down again. It was a comical sight. Very few people thought of standing up. They were all twisting their bodies to move forward. The gravity here was based on the bridge. Someone came up and urged, "Move away. Get up quickly and move forward. Don't stop. Go somewhere further away to rest." Lei Xingfeng also knew that this wasn't a place to rest. He stood up and said, "All right, get up and follow me." Bai Yuruan's hair was disheveled as she lay on the ground without a care for her image. She said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, let me lie down for a while more. I'm too tired." Lei Xingfeng clapped his hands and said, "Hurry up, hurry up. A large group of people is coming up." Everyone cursed softly as they struggled to get up. They still obeyed Lei Xingfeng's orders and staggered forward. The others were the same. They all wanted to lie down and not get up. However, this was the entrance to the bridge. If they blocked the way, the people behind them would be exhausted. If they were not careful, they would slip down. Anyone would collapse if they continued to slip down. It was a pity that the giant spiders didn't come up. However, the silver and gold puppet beasts came up. As long as they had enough energy, fatigue didn't matter. They even helped a lot of people along the way. After walking for about half an hour, Lei Xingfeng said, "Rest here. I don't want to be annoyed. I want to sleep." He immediately laid on the ground and fell asleep almost immediately. Wu Yang smiled bitterly. Lei Xingfeng was on strike. He was the only one who could take over the command. He said, "Arrange for people to be on guard and sleep in batches." Soon, the tasks were assigned. A few small teams took turns to be on guard. The duration was very short. 1 shift per hour. This way, it wouldn't be too tiring. Lei Xingfeng and his group actually set the record for the fastest climb up. It took 7 days. Of course, there was no difference between day and night here. However, spending 7 days was enough to tire a heaven monarch. As for the perfected lords, although they could withstand it, they were also exhausted. The most miserable ones were the perfected persons. If it wasn't for Wu Yang and the other heaven monarchs and a dozen perfected lords, these people might not have made it up. After resting for a day, Lei Xingfeng and his group had no choice but to continue. They couldn't wait any longer. It wasn't that they couldn't wait, but the food restriction didn't allow them to wait at all. As far as they knew, Lei Xingfeng and his group were almost at the front. Of course, there was still a team led by Dao Lord in front. At this point, Lei Xingfeng was very clear about one thing. Dao Lord might give up on the team at the back. Those in front were all from the super-secret sections. To put it nicely, they were the vanguard. To put it bluntly, they only cared about themselves. If the team at the back wanted to find Dao Lord Patriarch, there was no problem. However, they had to catch up with the team at the front. According to Lei Xingfeng's most conservative estimate, there was a gap of 10 to 20 days. How could they catch up? Lei Xingfeng and Wu Yang discussed for a long time. They all felt that there was still danger ahead. Moreover, they were at most halfway through the journey. Of course, they couldn't tell this to perfected ones. Even perfected ones, the less they knew, the better. If they walked in a daze, they might be able to continue. If they knew the answer was so cruel, they probably wouldn't be able to continue. Lei Xingfeng and his group had also calculated for a long time. Although they had brought a lot of food, they had used up about a quarter of it. This was under the condition that Lei Xingfeng tried his best to control it. If it wasn't for the ice mountain on the way, they would probably be in a worse state. Although they had brought water, no one expected this bridge to extend endlessly. Suddenly, Gao Yi said, "A phone, look." Lei Xingfeng looked over and saw that the ribbon they had seen before was actually under the bridge. Indeed, in order to avoid entering the ribbon, the bridge had turned completely. It actually crossed the ribbon. This was a shocking amount of effort. Wu Yang also reacted. He said, "So the bridge is made to avoid this thing? Just to avoid this thing, so many people can't cross it." The group behind them suddenly became restless. Lei Xingfeng and his group looked back and were instantly stunned. Astral beasts. There were a total of 3 adult astral beasts flying over. However, they were far away, so they looked like 3 little birds flying over. Wu Yang said in shock, "Adult astral eclipse beasts." Lei Xingfeng had not only seen astral eclipse beasts before, but he had also obtained the corpse of a young astral eclipse beast. However, compared to the astral eclipse beasts flying outside, adult astral eclipse beasts were much more terrifying. Astral eclipse beasts specialized in eating mineral veins. Their range of activity was extremely wide. He didn't expect to see them here. Soon, screams filled the air. The astral eclipse beasts charged over quickly. Their huge bodies were also revealed. Everyone's face was ashen. How could they defend on the bridge? They didn't even have a place to run. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. The golden star beast we saw last time was probably just an adult. This astral eclipse beast is a real adult astral beast. Its body length, I estimate it to be at least 400 to 500 meters. It's too scary. The 3 astral eclipse beasts quickly flew over Lei Xingfeng and his group's heads and flew forward. That kind of domineering aura made everyone feel fear in their hearts. Thunderstorm said, "Where are these astral eclipse beasts going?" Gao Yi said, "We don't have many people here. There are tens of thousands of people in front. If we want to eat them, we'll eat them." Wu Yang smiled. "Don't be ridiculous. Astral eclipse beasts don't eat people. They eat mineral veins. No matter how many people there are, they won't be interested." Before he finished speaking, an astral eclipse beast suddenly swooped down. Everyone there was from the large secret sections. Gao Yi smiled. "Look, it's swooping down to eat people." Boom! The entire bridge shook slightly. The astral eclipse beast didn't swoop down. Instead, it was blocked by a restriction a few hundred meters away. It was sent flying by the restriction. What a joke. If this bridge didn't have any restrictions, it wouldn't be able to extend here. The astral eclipse beast was careless and suffered quite a bit. It was instantly enraged and swooped down again. The other two astral eclipse beasts swooped down as well. Everyone on the bridge was terrified. If they swooped down, who knew how many people would die on the bridge? Boom, boom, boom. The three astral eclipse beasts were sent flying again. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Look at the pillars in the middle of the road." A row of pillars in the middle of the bridge started to glow. In an instant it was more than 100 kilometers long. It was as if street lights had been turned on. Then, a beam of light shot out from the top of the pillars. The light from countless pillars gathered and a shocking scene appeared. A huge shadow appeared. Lei Xingfeng could see it clearly from below. He said, "It's the shadow of a person. It's starting to solidify." The shadow of half a body quickly solidified. It was very lifelike. It was an old man with long eyebrows. The most eye-catching thing about him was his fluttering eyebrows. He lowered his hands and stared at the three astral eclipse beasts. Everyone on the bridge was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? Just half a body and it was 1,000 meters tall. It was like a huge mountain. The three astral eclipse beasts roared and swooped down again. The old man with long eyebrows suddenly raised a hand. "Get lost." That huge hand suddenly lashed out. In an instant, the astral eclipse beast at the front was smashed into pieces. It was as if there were explosives in its body that suddenly exploded. The other two astral eclipse beasts were only grazed by the huge hand. They rolled and fell down. Then, they saw the huge figure gradually fade until it disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. What kind of strength was this? Lei Xingfeng noticed that the other two astral eclipse beasts had fallen where the ribbon was, so he had been staring. The scene he saw shocked him as well. The two astral eclipse beasts instantly turned into blood mist and disappeared without a trace. He muttered to himself, "Could this have been planned from the start? One slap and all three astral eclipse beasts are finished?" Compared to him, Downlords are nothing more than trash. Wu Yang was also stunned. He muttered unconsciously, this strength, this gap, the gap is too big." Thunderstorm and Gao Ye's eyes were shining. They stared at the spot where the old man with long eyebrows disappeared. Huge sighs sounded from the front of the group to the back. Everyone let out exclamations, forming a sound wave that spread out. Everyone gathered together to discuss. This scene was too shocking. Everyone had countless questions in their hearts. Only by talking to each other could they reduce their excitement. Lazi said excitedly, "This person must be the one who built this bridge. I'm sure." Fei Nan said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he's just the one who set up the seal. The shadow just now was formed by the seal. You can't deny it." Lazi said, "Is there a conflict between building the bridge and setting up the seal?" The two argued until their faces were red. Actually, they were just venting their excitement. The impact was too great and they could not take it. They could only vent by arguing. Lei Xingfeng suddenly interrupted, "Lazi, do you still regret coming out?" Lazi was stunned for a long time. He nodded and said, "Actually, I do regret it. If we could pass without anyone dying, then so be it. But it might not go as I wish." He knew very well that half of his secret sect could survive. It was already extremely lucky. It was possible that all of them would die on the bridge. Lei Xingfeng said, I understand. If it's just you, I'm willing to go." Lazi said, "Nonsense, of course." Due to this episode, many cultivators began to have thoughts about going to the other side. Sure enough, the other side was a paradise for cultivators. To be able to cultivate to such a level was simply too shocking. Every cultivator who had thoughts about going there began to look forward to it. Chapter 491. Actually, this scene wasn't too bad for the mid- and low-level cultivators, but for the cultivators above the Heaven Monarch realm, it was a fatal temptation. If they stayed where they were, they couldn't find a way forward. Now, they understood that they were too far behind. Wu Yang sighed and said, "Don't think too much. We don't know what's waiting for us on the other side." Gao Yi sighed even more and said, "Don't talk about the other side. We don't know how long this road is. I'm worried about whether there's enough food." Lei Xingfeng said, "How far are you looking? If it's only 100 days, it's still doable. If it's longer, it'll be troublesome." Gao Yi said, "If you don't care about these people, there's still enough food." Similar worries spread among the cultivators. Everyone felt that they had prepared too hastily. They didn't know what to do now that they had reached this step. Lei Xingfeng shook his head. There was still enough food. He had been controlling it well. Everyone didn't eat much. Moreover, cultivators were able to endure hunger. If they were pushed too hard, they could go without food for 10 days or half a month. They wouldn't starve to death. Therefore, they didn't have to worry too much for now. It was a pity that they couldn't enter the mirror world. The restrictions here were too strong. Even the hidden Luan space would be compressed. As for the secret door, it was impossible to open. Other than walking down, there was no way to escape. From giving out food 3 times a day to only giving out food once a day, and the amount was getting lesser and lesser. Everyone could feel the severity of the situation. However, at this time, no one complained, nor could they complain. Even if Xianfeng gave out less food, everyone knew that a monarch realm old ancestor didn't need to take care of them. Furthermore, he wasn't a member of their secret sect. For him to be able to do this was already very hard to come by. After crossing the ribbon, there was another steep slope. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, it was about a 60-degree slope. It was much easier to go down. As long as they controlled their speed, it wouldn't be a problem. Unlike going up, going down took less time. In less than a day, they all reached the bottom. Everyone laughed and laughed. It was rare for them to be so happy. After more than 100 days, the secret sect's team had encountered several dangers and suffered heavy casualties. Ordinary people would not be able to survive without the protection of Heaven Monarch realm experts. However, there were only a few Heaven Monarchs. Moreover, Heaven Monarchs were extremely old. Even if they had relatives, they would be separated by many generations. Therefore, most of the ordinary people were basically dead. As for the low-level cultivators, they had also suffered heavy casualties. Only the direct disciples of the secret sects and the extremely talented cultivators would have the help of the patriarchs of the secret sections. The rest of the cultivators were naturally eliminated and died batch after batch. Lei Xingfeng's team was no exception. Originally, there were 400 to 500 people in the team. After more than 100 days, there were less than 300 people left. There were lords of heaven and perfected immortals, and some of them were perfected persons with 7 rings and above. As for the people led by La Zi, most of them were dead. There was no way to save them. Along the way, the entire team was sparse. Each cultivator was struggling to move forward. More and more teams were running out of food. Lei Xingfeng did not have much food in his hands. If not for the deaths of so many people in the team, his food reserves would probably be empty. It was because nearly half of the people had died that he, Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, and Gao Yi still had some food reserves left. The food distribution extended from once a day to once every 2 days. Now it was only once every 3 days. The standard was that they would not starve to death. Even he himself was the same. He ate once every 3 days. It was not enough. The 4 Heaven Monarchs did not eat ordinary food. They ate the meat of golden star beasts. Although it was not much, the energy contained in the meat was different. This road still had no end in sight. Now, even the most optimistic person was filled with doubts. The communication between the front and back was basically cut off. There was no news from the front, and there was no news from the back. Every naturally formed team was getting smaller and smaller. Originally, there were a few thousand people, but after a few dangers, they split into dozens of teams. Then, they split into dozens of teams. At this point, there were very few teams with 100 people. Typically, the slightly larger teams had a few dozen people, while the smaller teams had 7 or 8 people. Lei Xingfeng's team was more conspicuous and eye-catching. It had nearly 300 people. Although they looked weak, they still had the strength to continue walking. Without the ordinary people and low-level disciples, these cultivators' speed increased. The distance they could cover in a day was greatly increased. Lei Xingfeng's team had already surpassed most of the teams from the secret sections. They were at the front of the team. Further ahead was the elite team led by the Tao Lord Patriarch. Even the Tao Lord Patriarchs had started to give up on the majority of the people. They only brought the elites from their secret sections. Apart from the true monarchs and above, they only brought the most talented disciples. Moreover, they had people in charge of their safety. They didn't have the time to care about the other cultivators. If possible, these Tao Lord Patriarchs didn't want to give up on the team. However, at this point, even the Tao Lord Patriarchs couldn't see any hope. They could only protect the elites of their secret sects and try to make a comeback after escaping. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, and Gao Yi walked in front. Behind them were the true monarchs, and behind them were the other true monarchs. Even though they hadn't completely run out of food, and still had a certain degree of cohesion, many of the true monarchs were already exhausted. They struggled to follow. As long as they were in the team, there was hope for them to escape alive. Lei Xingfeng had tried countless times to communicate with the mirror world, but not once had he succeeded. As for the hidden Luan space, it was no longer shrinking. However, the food and water stored inside had decreased by a lot. The entire hidden Luan space was empty. Many cultivators suddenly fell down while walking and couldn't get up again. They died on the road. Once the wind blew, their corpses would be blown away. No one saved them because they didn't even know when they fell down. Lei Xingfeng's team was the same. If they fell down, they fell down. No one complained and no one went to save them. Unless you had a very good friend or family member. For example, if Hammer fell, Little Hammer would definitely not give up. However, there weren't many of these relationships. This was an extremely cruel natural elimination. As they walked, they were eliminated. By the time Lei Xingfeng gave the order to rest, the team had already lost 7 or 8 people. Especially in the past few days, it was even more so. After walking for a day, the team had lost another 17 people. Lei Xingfeng quickly activated the pillar's defense. He was already very familiar with this. Even if the others were stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to activate the pillar's defense. This thing had saved most of the people in the team before. After activating the 3 pillars' defense, this group of people just laid on the ground and slept. There was also no one on guard. Who would have the strength to fight at this time? When they woke up, they got up and continued walking. There were 3 more people lying on the ground. They quietly passed away in their sleep. Everyone was numb. They got up to drink some water and continued walking. Lei Xingfeng walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. He said, "Everyone wait." Everyone's eyes showed a trace of expectation. They hoped that Lei Xingfeng's reason for stopping was to give out some food. Even if it was a small piece of meat or a piece of bread. They then heard Lei Xingfeng ask, "Who among you feels that the hidden Luan space has become a bit bigger?" Everyone immediately checked. After a while, everyone said what they felt. The hidden Luan space had indeed become a bit bigger. Their brains weren't working well. Many people just stared blankly at Lei Xingfeng, not understanding what he meant. Lei Xingfeng said faintly, "This means that we've reached the end of the bridge. If the hidden Luan space recovers, then we'll be out." Wu Yang and Thunderstorm nodded at the same time. Gao Yi lightly patted his head and said, "Oh right, that seems to be the case." No one cheered, but many people were silently shedding tears. This path was truly too difficult, torturous, and thrilling. Those who were able to reach this point were all people with extremely strong willpower. Seeing that there was hope of getting out of this predicament, everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings and a myriad of emotions. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't be happy yet. This road isn't short. Without dozens of days, we won't be able to get out. So, don't fall at the end of the road." Everyone understood that at this point everyone was extremely weak. Due to the lack of food and water, everyone was squeezing out their potential. Once their potential was squeezed out and there was no replenishment, even if they were practitioners, they could very well die silently. Lei Xingfeng calculated the food they had stored. It should be enough. Due to the decrease in people, there was more food. "Today, I'll give everyone some extra food. Not much. Everyone will get a rice ball, a piece of bread and a piece of meat." Immediately, everyone cheered weakly. It wasn't that they didn't want to cheer, but that they didn't have the strength. Some people hurriedly put the food into their mouths, while others solemnly put it into their hidden Luan space. Although this amount of food wasn't much, it could really save their lives at a critical moment. After distributing the food, Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's continue. The more we walk, the more likely we will be able to get out of this danger." Everyone silently followed Lei Xingfeng's footstep. The group continued to walk forward. Half a day later, Lei Xingfeng and the others found that many people were standing on the road, staring in front of them in despair. Lei Xingfeng said, "Who's going to find out what happened up ahead?" Bai Yuruan said, "I'll go with Sister Qing." She didn't have any of her delicate appearance. Her voice was hoarse. Due to the lack of water, she was like everyone else. She never washed her face. Her clothes were also extremely dirty. She only had 2 sets of clothes left. Everything else was cleaned up. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Be careful, don't get into a fight." Bai Yuruan forced a smile and said, "Okay, I know." After a while, Bai Yuruan and Enruching came back and reported the news. Chapter 492. The path ahead was completely blocked, including the Tao Lord Patriarch. They did not know what was ahead of them. As long as they stepped on that path, they would die. Only perfected lords and above could withstand it with their defenses activated. Perfected beings could not do it at all. The worst thing was that they did not know what was killing them. The Patriarch tried to go over. It took about 2 hours to run, and he had to run at full speed. Lei Xingfeng said, "Patriarch, let's go over and take a look. The others will wait here." The 4 heavenly lords went over. After walking for half an hour, they saw thousands of people gathered together. It was rare to see so many people. When they first set off, it was a sea of people. Now, it was not bad to see a few hundred people together. They did not expect to see so many people at the front, as expected of the Tao Lord Patriarch. In fact, it was easy to understand. The Tao Lord Patriarch's secret sect often had tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. They also prepared a lot of food and water. During this period of cruel elimination, at least 2/3 of the people were eliminated. Because of the reduction in people, there was a lot of food and water left. This ensured the survival of the elite. Wu Yang quickly found Patriarch Huaiqing. After understanding the situation, he knew that the problem was very serious. Perfected lords could force their way through, but perfected beings definitely could not. They had to be escorted by a Tao Lord. However, how many Tao Lords were there? At most, they could escort 2 or 3 people at a time. Any more and they would not be able to protect all of them. That was why they were blocked here. As for what was killing them, they could not see at all. After a few experiments, even if perfected beings had their defenses activated, they would mysteriously die within a few minutes. Lei Xingfeng also went up. His eyes flickered with silver light, and he immediately saw what others could not see. It was like countless short hairs were blown into the air. Extremely thin black lines floated on the path ahead. What was strange was that these extremely thin black lines were limited to the sides of the path. There were much fewer of them in the center. At this time, another experiment began. A ninth ring perfected being, wearing a steel armor that covered his entire body, stepped forward. This guy also had his defenses activated and walked forward. Lei Xingfeng stared fixedly at him, the silver light in his eyes actually reaching a foot long. The ninth ring sage quickly entered the area where the black strands were floating. Lei Xingfeng saw a shocking scene. The black strands gathered around the ninth ring sage, and in less than a minute, they entered his body. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw the ninth ring sage's footsteps become heavier and heavier. Soon, he lost his life. Clang! The Downlord slumped to the ground. A Downlord hurriedly ran over, grabbing the Downlord and dragging the Downlord back. The Downlord's steel armor had been ripped off, revealing that the Downlord was completely dead. Lei Xingfeng retracted the lightning in his eyes. Only then did he see clearly that the person's face was covered in large black spots. Old ancestor Huai Cheng and the others surrounded the corpse and examined it for a long time. However, they still couldn't find out how this person died. All of them had dejected expressions on their faces. This was too much of a blow to them. The surrounding people, especially the perfected persons, were all ashen-faced. Who knew if they would be chosen by the old ancestor as a test subject? Many people had already died, but none of them could return alive. What made them even more anxious was that they didn't know how they died. Although Lei Xingfeng could see the extremely thin black strands, he also didn't understand the reason or what the black strands were. He only saw the black strands gathering and entering the person's body. The steel armor on the perfected person's body and his defenses couldn't resist at all. Then, he died quickly. There was no time to save him, nor did he know how to save him. All the old ancestors and heavenly lords were at their wits' end. This road was too strange. Anyone above the perfected lord level could pass through it, but anyone below that level would die. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Ah Yi, activate your defenses and go up. Let me see." Thunderstorm nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go up and try." As he spoke, he activated his defenses. Countless electric arcs jumped on his body. Then, the phantom of Qianya Silver appeared and walked up. Lei Xingfeng stared and observed. He also saw the black strands floating, but what surprised Lei Xingfeng was that the black strands didn't gather on Thunderstorm's body at all. They just floated as they should. It wasn't like when a perfected person came in. All the black strands nearby were attracted. It was as if the perfected person was a huge magnet and the black strands were like iron wires. How did this difference come about? Wu Yang said, "How is it?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. He waved his hand and said, "Ah Yi, come back." Thunderstorm walked back and said, "Did you see anything?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't understand." In fact, he saw something, but he really couldn't understand it. He didn't understand at all. Thunderstorm said, "You don't understand? You don't understand? This is troublesome." Wu Yang said, "Then let's wait." If only perfected lords and above could go, it meant that everyone below the perfected person level would be wiped out. This great migration would be a complete failure. Even if all the higher-ups of the hidden sect went, what use would it be? If their foundation was destroyed, it would be difficult to rise again. Neither the Tao Lord Great Ancestors nor the Heaven Lord Great Ancestors thought of abandoning their subordinates. These people were the elites of the hidden sect. They would be heartbroken if one of them died, let alone abandon them all. Therefore, the great ancestors were still experimenting and discussing. Lei Xingfeng was also thinking. Wu Yang said, "Let our people come up. There are some things we need to explain to them." Gao Yi said, "I'll bring them up." The Tao Lord Great Ancestor sent out another ninth ring sage. This time, they used simple restrictions to try to resist the inexplicable death. The sage's face was ashen and his body trembled. This mission was almost certain to kill him, but the great ancestor's orders were not to be disobeyed. There might be a chance of survival if he went, but if he disobeyed, he would die immediately. The great ancestors were quite perverted at this time. They dared to do anything for the hidden sect. Unsurprisingly, the sage died quickly after entering. Some great ancestors dragged him back. He was still covered in black stripes, not only on his face, but also all over his body. The great ancestors felt like they were going crazy. Lei Xingfeng secretly shook his head. He had a feeling that the black stripes didn't attack the body by force, but some unknown factor that was the key to human survival. The black stripes couldn't attack cultivators above the perfected Lord level. It could be guessed that when a cultivator reached a certain level, some of their flaws would be fixed. Xianfeng racked his brains, thinking back and forth. He couldn't help but admit that his imagination wasn't enough. The only feeling he had was that a person's soul had been destroyed, dying in such a strange manner. Lei Xingfeng really didn't have any research on souls. He could only think about how to prevent the black stripes from harming people. The great ancestors had no other choice. They had tried all kinds of methods, but there were still more dead people. Were they going to abandon all their subordinates? That was absolutely impossible. If they left just like that, what was the point of their great migration? This was not a migration. This was sending the entire hidden sect to their deaths. Great Ancestor Huiqing said, "Let's take a break for now. Everyone, retreat. The Heavenly Lord, stay behind." All the disciples of the hidden sect retreated, including the perfected lords. Only the Tao Lord and the Heavenly Lord stayed behind. When everyone had retreated far away, Great Ancestor Huiqing said in a deep voice, "Does anyone have any ideas or suggestions?" The reason why the Heavenly Lord stayed behind was because the Great Ancestor had already tried his best. He could only wait and see if the Heavenly Lord had any new ideas. Perhaps he would be able to find a way to pass through. The Tao Lord and the Heavenly Lord gathered together. The Heavenly Lords also made various suggestions. However, most of them had already been tested by the Tao Lord. There were also some suggestions that were rejected. After discussing for a few hours, they still couldn't find a suitable solution. A few great ancestors were especially anxious. They were all great ancestors of the hidden sect. If they couldn't pass through this stage, the hidden sect would be finished. They had thousands of elite disciples under them. It was already very difficult for these people to make it here alive. They had sacrificed the lives of many people in the hidden sect to protect them. If they were stuck here and couldn't pass through, the entire hidden sect's foundation would be lost. No matter what, the great ancestors didn't want such a tragedy to happen. Great Ancestor Huiqing said, "Whoever can find a way to pass through, Great Ancestor, I will reward you." Some other great ancestors also said that if they could find a way to pass through, they would all be rewarded. All the Heavenly Lords wanted this reward, but it was difficult to find a way. If a group of Tao Lord ancestors couldn't find a way, what could they, the Heavenly Lords, do? All of them frowned as they racked their brains. Thunderstorm said, "Feng, do you have a way?" Lei Xingfeng said thoughtfully, "I wonder what the reward is?" His voice was a little loud. These Tao Lord ancestors had sharp ears. They saw Great Ancestor Huiqing walk over and stare at Lei Xingfeng. "You have a way?" Wu Yang was a little flustered and hurriedly said, "Feng, if you have a way, just say it. Don't hide it." He was also afraid that Lei Xingfeng would anger the Tao Lord ancestors. At this time, these Tao Lord ancestors were like barrels of gunpowder. It was very easy for them to lose their temper. If he didn't have a good solution, it would be bad if he was angered. Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm just asking what the reward is. I don't think I have a solution." These great ancestors were a little desperate. Great Ancestor Huiqing said, "All right, I'll tell you the reward first. A fire-type basic cultivation technique." The other great ancestors also said some rewards. They were all very rare materials. One of the great ancestors directly took out a 6-meter-long bone. Lei Xingfeng recognized it at a glance. It was the bone of an adult thunderous star beast, and it was also very well preserved. This was very attractive. His scarlet afterglow sword seal had refined the bone of a golden star beast, but if he added the bone of a thunderous star beast, the power of the scarlet afterglow sword seal would increase by 20%. Most importantly, if he had the bone of an adult thunderous star beast, his lay-in could also improve. Chapter 493. This made Lei Xingfeng think of a way. He said, "Let me give it a try." Immediately, everyone's eyes swept over. So many Tao Lord Patriarchs and Heavenly Lords were helpless. At a glance, they knew that Lei Xingfeng was a new Heavenly Lord. His cultivation was very stable, but it was still incomparable to most Heavenly Lords. In fact, Lei Xingfeng's strength was not much weaker than other Heavenly Lords. He had his own secret weapon, but the aura he exuded still made people feel that he lacked some foundation and accumulation. Patriarch Huaicheng's eyes lit up. He did not care if Lei Xingfeng was a new Heavenly Lord or an ordinary perfected person. As long as he could pass this path of death, he would definitely not be stingy with his reward. One of the patriarchs said, "Should we call a perfected person over to try?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Yes." The patriarch immediately gave the order. A moment later, a perfected person with an ashen face came in front of him. He was probably a guard of the secret sect. With a 9th ring true body, his status was about the same as Jin Daya and the others beside Lei Xingfeng. Of course, Lei Xingfeng would never let Jin Daya do this. Seeing the perfected person in front of him, Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't be nervous. I have some confidence." The perfected person smiled bitterly but did not say anything. Lei Xingfeng came to the pillar in the middle of the road. He raised his hand and an electric arc hit one of the node. In an instant, a light shield expanded. Lei Xingfeng turned around and said, "Follow me." The perfected person walked behind Lei Xingfeng in fear. Lei Xingfeng said, "Come in when you see me activate the defense." The perfected person looked at Lei Xingfeng in confusion. He did not understand. Then, Lei Xingfeng released another lightning arc. This time, it hit the second pillar. In an instant, the second pillar's defense was activated. In an instant, the defense of the two pillars intersected, forming a simple passage. Then, Lei Xingfeng activated the pillar's defense while walking. That Taoist master followed with fear and trepidation, going deep into the defense of the pillar. Sure enough, this was the correct way to go. If the pillar's defense could not be activated, then apart from cultivators of the monarch rank and above, no one else would be able to pass. The joy on Ancestor Huaicheng's face grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but clap and say, "Good!" Up until now, that adept didn't have any problems. Soon, Lei Xingfeng and the Taoist retreated. All of the Taoist patriarchs smiled. Old Ancestor Huaicheng lamented, "I didn't expect you to know so much about restrictions." "Not bad. Don't worry, I'll give you the reward immediately." As he spoke, he took out a copy of the Star Python record and said, "This is a copy of a basic fire attribute cultivation technique. As long as a fire attribute cultivator finds the right place, it won't be a problem for them to advance to the monarch rank." Lei Xingfeng thanked him and accepted it. The other Taoist patriarchs also took out their rewards. One of them asked, "How long can this defensive restriction be activated?" This question was on point. If there wasn't enough time, it would be troublesome. Lei Xingfeng said, "I haven't paid attention to this, so I need some time to observe." Old Ancestor Huaicheng said, "Okay, let's observe first. 2 to 3 days will be enough." In fact, not to mention 2 or 3 days, even 8 or 10 days wouldn't be enough. However, 2 or 3 days would be enough for the elite disciples of their secret sects to pass. As for the people behind them, they had already given up. Lei Xingfeng also understood, but what could he do? He said, "We also have some people, about a few hundred people. I hope they can join the queue." Old Ancestor Huaicheng nodded and said, "Of course." As he spoke, he began to allocate the spots. The elite disciples were in front to ensure that they could pass safely. The important people were in front, and the unimportant people were in the back. This arrangement was the same in all the secret sections. Every Taoist patriarch was competing for the position at the front of the queue. Being in the front meant that they were safe. Who knew when the defense would suddenly disappear? Once it disappeared, the perfected ones inside would be dead. Lei Xingfeng didn't care and asked Gao Yi to bring his team up. No matter what, Lei Xingfeng could put his people in front. They might not be in the front, but they would definitely be in a safe position. After waiting for 3 days, the pillar's defense was still there. This time, the Taoist patriarchs were relieved. Food and water were even more scarce, so they didn't have time to waste. Old ancestor Huai Qing asked Lei Xingfeng to reactivate the pillar's defense. Several patriarchs protected Lei Xingfeng as they moved forward. They had tried, but none of the Taoist patriarchs could activate the pillar's defense. They couldn't find the nodes of the pillar's restriction. As for the proper activation method, no one knew. Even Lei Xingfeng didn't know. Activating the defense all the way, a pearl-like path extended forward. Lei Xingfeng's activation speed was extremely fast. When the electric arc hit the nodes, the pillar's defense would activate. Therefore, he was running. The people behind him were also running. Every small section of the path was guarded by a perfected lord or heavenly lord. Any disturbance or dispute would immediately lead to a massacre. Old ancestor Huai Qing gave the strictest order. Anyone who interfered with the speed of the march was to be killed. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to block the path of the people behind, they were to be killed without any explanation. In order to ensure that as many people as possible passed through, the Taoist patriarchs could only give such an order. After the pillar's defense was activated, who knew when it would close? Lei Xingfeng couldn't turn back to activate it again. Fortunately, it took less than 2 days for them to pass through this strange black silk zone. Of course, during these 2 days, everyone didn't sleep or rest. However, the passage was still relatively narrow. On the 4th day, the pillar's defense shield began to close. On this day, there were still many people desperately rushing forward. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to escape. As for the Taoist patriarchs, they were very satisfied. They had saved the people they wanted to protect. Everyone knew that the people behind had really been abandoned. After Lei Xingfeng, the only person who could activate the restriction, the pillar's restriction would close. Unless the people behind were at least perfected lord, they wouldn't be able to pass. And if they went back, where would they find food and water? They would die of hunger and thirst before returning to the starting point. Even if they were cultivators and were stronger than ordinary people, they wouldn't be able to survive without food and water. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, there were at most 70,000 to 80,000 people who came this time. It was impossible for there to be more. In other words, out of the 300,000 people who set off, not even a third of them were left. Lei Xingfeng's team was already at the front. However, Lei Xingfeng had ordered them to rest for a day. He would rather wait a day and let the Taoist patriarchs go first. Who knew what dangers they would encounter ahead? With the Taoist patriarchs leading the way, they could understand more when they arrived. Every cultivator was rather weak, especially after more than a day of rushing through the passage formed by the defensive shield. By the time they came out, they were already exhausted. The Taoist patriarchs only gave their subordinates half a day to rest before forcing them to move forward. Lei Xingfeng's team rested for another half a day. There were endless traps and dangers. Let alone the Taoist patriarchs, even the Taoist patriarchs were extremely frustrated. Just this bridge alone made them feel like dying. Everyone who was still alive cursed this terrifying bridge. Along the way, the Taoist patriarchs led the way while the disciples followed behind. This was the most difficult part of the journey. Everyone's food and water were almost depleted. Of course, there were a few smarter and more cautious people who might still have some food and water. Most people were basically out of food. As for water, because everyone had replenished themselves once, they were thirsty. Therefore, when they replenished themselves, they collected more water. To cultivators, water was sometimes more important than food. But even so, most of the cultivators were in a weakened state. Fortunately, they were just hurrying and not fighting. The cultivators could still barely keep up, but all of them looked abnormally haggard. Lei Xingfeng's team also began to lose members. Some people couldn't make it and died on the way. Even more people were extremely weak. Lei Xingfeng once again reduced the food allotment. Gao Yi, Thunderstorm, Wu Yang, and Lei Xingfeng's food supplies were probably only slightly more than Lei Xingfeng's. This guy had always followed the highest standards and stuffed in as much as he could. Therefore, he had the most food. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, the remaining food could last for some time. However, he couldn't distribute it according to the current amount. Otherwise, everyone would starve to death. Therefore, reducing the food allotment became necessary. There was no way to know how long the heavenly path was. If it was too long, he felt that it would be difficult to make it through. Everyone also understood that if a Feng hadn't insisted on bringing them along, they would probably have died on the way. Therefore, when they heard Lei Xingfeng say that he would reduce the food allotment again, they could only agree. Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 heavenly monarchs had been extremely benevolent to them. Even their own secret sects might not be able to treat them like this. Most of the people in Lei Xingfeng's team expressed that they wanted to join Lei Xingfeng's secret sect. Although Lei Xingfeng didn't have his own secret sect organization, these people had all decided to join Lei Xingfeng's faction. One had to know that many of these people were perfected monarchs. Among them were Chuizi, little Chuizi, and that coquettish Bai Yuan. Of course, Bai Yuan couldn't even speak coquettishly now. She and Enruching both planned to join Lei Xingfeng's secret sect. Lazi also had the same plan. His own secret sect was almost completely disbanded, and there weren't many people left. It could no longer be called a secret sect. Chapter 494. Every one of the Tao Lord Patriarchs felt a trace of regret. The number of casualties on this trip had exceeded their expectations. If they had known, they would have made more preparations. They had been too hasty. Of course, none of the Tao Lord Patriarchs regretted it. They had already spared no expense to reach this point. They reckoned that no matter how dangerous it was, true lords, heavenly lords, and Tao lords should still be able to make it through. As for the others, the Tao Lord Patriarchs had no choice but to give up. If they didn't give up, they would be dragged down. According to Lei Xingfeng's calculations, they had been walking for almost 300 days, which was almost a year. However, they still couldn't see the end. He had discussed with Wu Yang and the others more than once about who had built this path. How could it be so monstrous? This ability was simply heaven-defying. Not to mention Xingfeng cultivating this path, even if he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. Thus, towards the long-eyebrowed old man who had killed the star-eroding beast with a single slap, he was filled with admiration. This was a true almighty, this was the goal of all practitioners. According to Lei Xingfeng's thoughts from his previous life, this long-browed old man could be called a god. He was definitely a godlike person. Wu Yang once said with a smile that no matter where this person went, he would probably be a top-notch existence. He wasn't like them, who were top-notch cultivators in their original world. However, in the outside world, let alone top-notch cultivators, they might not even be able to reach the basic level of strength. In fact, the Tao Lord Patriarchs also understood that although they were very strong, there was still a certain gap between them and the top-notch experts of the outside world. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why they had tried so hard to facilitate this great migration. The higher-ups wanted to find the motivation and cultivation methods to continue advancing. That was why the secret sect had suffered so many casualties. If Lei Xingfeng didn't have the mirror realm, who knew how many of his family members would have died? Lei Xingfeng missed the mirror realm, the big wooden shed in his courtyard, and Jean Depang's superb cooking skills. During this period, he had eaten very little like everyone else. Ever since he started cultivating, he hadn't been hungry. He finally had a taste of what it was like when he was a child. Eat big bowls of meat and drink big gulps of wine. Lazi shook his head and said, I never felt anything before. Now, if anyone lets me eat my fill once, I will remember him for a lifetime. Wu Yang said grumpily, Remember for a lifetime? Who wants you to remember me for the rest of your life? It's not like I'm a beauty or a precious material. You're an old man, and this is how you repay me when I feed you. Those who know will remember the kindness of a meal for a lifetime, but those who don't know will think that you will hold a grudge forever. Reizi was immediately dumbfounded. Gao Yi said indifferently, Still interested in bickering? I'm so hungry that I don't want to talk anymore. That right? Can anyone give me something to eat? Thunderstorm said, Don't you still have some in your hidden Luan space? Gao Yi said with a bitter face, This amount has long been controlled by your families, A Feng. How would I dare to act recklessly? Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything, but he secretly gave Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and La Zi a piece of jerky the size of an egg each. They didn't say anything and started eating quietly. This wasn't normal jerky, but the meat of a star beast. A small piece was equivalent to a normal meal. It was very nutritious. During this period of time, Lei Xingfeng couldn't bear to let the old man starve, so the others benefited from it. The processed star beast meat was all made with the help of Jean Depang. The others also had some, but they didn't have as much as Lei Xingfeng. Other than giving it to the others, Hammer would occasionally get a few pieces of star beast meat, so he was still able to endure until now. However, this big guy had become thinner and weaker. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the front. Soon, the news came back that the people at the front had seen Higan. Immediately, cheers were heard. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. This meant that they were out of danger. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything. He immediately took out the food and said, Let's gather together. Let's eat something and drink some water. Then, we'll continue our journey. The group immediately gathered around. They were already experienced. With Lei Xingfeng as the center, the inner circle would sit and eat while the outer circle would block the food. Then, they would take turns. Now, they had to be careful when eating. If they didn't have to, they wouldn't let others know. It was too hateful. Everyone ate quietly and quickly. Once they finished eating, they would immediately switch places with the people blocking the food and hide in the circle to eat. In less than 20 minutes, the group of more than 100 people had finished eating. Wu Yang said, Let's go. Speed up. Everyone ate. Although it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, they felt much better after eating. Their footsteps became lighter as they walked forward quickly, overtaking groups of cultivators. The other groups of cultivators were extremely weak. From time to time, there would be cultivators falling dead on the road. If they weren't friends or relatives, no one would take a second look at them. They were all numb. Too many people had died along the way. What made the cultivators feel the most bitter was that these people didn't die in battle. Instead, they died from hunger, lack of water, and strange dangers. They would rather die in battle than die from hunger and thirst. It was too depressing. After walking quickly for half an hour, Lei Xingfeng saw a vague shadow in front of the bridge. Was that the other side? Everyone's face was filled with joy. Seeing hope gave them courage. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but quicken their pace. The only thought in their minds was to reach the other side as soon as possible. As long as they reached the other side, whether it was food or water, it would be easy to solve. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Xian Feng turned back to look. Those who were able to reach this point, no matter how high or low their cultivations were, all of them had strong willpower and mental fortitude. Xian Feng had a faint thought in his heart. This path was like a path of training. Those who were able to reach this point would definitely be the most outstanding practitioners. The groups on the road were very long. The sparse people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5. There were also a small number of people who were walking alone. After walking a few steps, they would hold their knees and gasp. At this time, no matter what, they couldn't fall down. Once they fell, they wouldn't be able to get up. Lei Xingfeng's group was walking steadily. They were much better than those who were staggering forward. After all, their group hadn't completely run out of food. Even if they were half dead from hunger, Lei Xingfeng would still give them food at crucial times. This ensured that although they were weak, they weren't weak to the point of death. Little Hammer suddenly said, "I'm about to vomit from looking at this road." Hammer said in a low muffled voice, "You still have something to vomit?" Everyone laughed. Their stomachs were shriveled from hunger. What could they vomit? Lotzi sighed and said, "I've never been truly hungry in my life. This time I've finally tasted it. It's actually so uncomfortable." Everyone had the same feeling. Hammer said, "In the past, no matter what, we could always eat until we were full. Now Sai. He was a super big eater. He was born with a big appetite. He was tortured along the way. Not to mention being full, the food allocated wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng still took care of him. When he was given food, he would always give him more. For example, there was an extra piece of pancake or a few more pieces of meat. Little Hammer also gave him some food. Finally, they made it here. Otherwise, with his size and appetite, he would have long collapsed from hunger. The image in front of him gradually became clearer. It was Xianfeng's first time seeing such a strange continent. Both sides of the continent stretched out endlessly, and below it was still the same resplendent starlight. In other words, this continent was truly a strange one. This was something he didn't dare to imagine before. Wu Yang stared at the continent and said, "This is the new continent we're going to?" Thunderstorm was a little worried and said, "I don't know what's up there. If there are natives or cultivators who are hostile to us." Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. At this time, they didn't even have the strength to walk, let alone fight. If they met an enemy, it would be a massacre. Probably only a few of them had the strength to fight back. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Ah Yi, it's not that serious. No matter what, as long as we get ashore, we'll talk about it." He hoped that after getting ashore, he could quickly break free from the suppression of the heavenly road and enter the mirror world. At that time, even if there were enemies, he wouldn't be afraid. Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and Wu Yang immediately understood. With the mirror world, as long as the restrictions of the heavenly bridge couldn't suppress them, they would be safe. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng's team caught up with Ancestor Dao Jun's team. They were the strongest group of cultivators. Then, Lei Xingfeng ordered them to slow down and just follow the team in front. He didn't want to be the vanguard with his own team. After walking for an entire day and a half, Lei Xingfeng thought of a saying from his previous life: "A horse dies when looking at a mountain. It doesn't seem far, but no matter how hard you walk, you can't reach it." The road was like this now. It was exhausting, but the image in the distance didn't seem to be much clearer. Fortunately, once they saw their target, Lei Xingfeng's hand began to loosen. The ration of food gradually increased. Originally, they were given one meal every few days, but now they were given 2 meals a day. Everyone's strength recovered to a certain extent, especially since the quantity of food had increased. Although they still couldn't eat their fill, their hunger was greatly reduced. Their pale faces also regained a bit of color. Bai Yuruan also became a bit more active. At the very least, he didn't rush along silently. Instead, he chatted and laughed with Enruching. Cultivators at the true monarch realm recovered the fastest. This was related to the quality of their bodies. With a bit of food, their strength would quickly recover. With the same amount of food, heavenly monarchs and true monarchs would definitely live longer than 8th or 9th ring sages. Another 2 days passed. This time, Lei Xingfeng could clearly see the green plants on the other side of the river. Although it was just a touch of green, it was enough to raise his spirit. He knew that he would definitely be able to set foot on the other side soon. Chapter 495. Xianfeng once again increased the amount of food distributed, 3 meals a day. Everyone ate happily as their bodies recovered quickly. They were already completely different from the group walking beside them. All of their faces were rosy and full of vigor. Gao Yi sighed. In the future, we have to prepare enough food no matter what. A simple lack of food and water can torture a great expert. Another 2 days passed. At this time, everyone knew that they were about to escape danger. The only thought in their minds was to struggle to reach the other side no matter what. Even if they died, they had to die on the other side. That patch of green was the edge of the forest, and then there was a thick fog. What was strange was that the fog only sank below the cliff, so you couldn't see the bottom at all. Most importantly, everyone saw that the bridge was on the opposite shore. Low cheers rang out, listless yet filled with joy. Even the Taoist Lord and Heavenly Lord Patriarchs felt like they had just escaped death, let alone the perfected ones with 8 or 9 rings. In fact, almost everyone below the perfected ones with 8 rings or lower would have died if they didn't have the protection of an expert, let alone low-level cultivators and ordinary people. Out of over 300,000 people, no more than 40,000 would be able to make it this far. At this time, the subordinates of the Tao Lord Patriarchs started to turn back. They brought the remaining food and water to save the dying people along the way. Lei Xingfeng reacted immediately. Ancestral Master, we still have some food. Let's go save people too. Wu Yang looked back and saw that there were only a few people on the road. It was like a line broken into countless pieces, twisting and stretching back. There was no end in sight. Gao Yi smiled. Good idea. Ask them if they're willing to join us. This was the best chance to expand the team. Lei Xingfeng said, organize the people. Ancestral Master, Yi, you take some people back. Uncle Gao and I will take some people to the other side. As long as we can hunt, or... He suddenly lowered his voice. If we can return to the mirror world, we'll have enough food. Then I'll send people back with food to snatch people. Thunderstorm said, if they don't want to join, do we still save them? Lei Xingfeng said without hesitation, yes, of course. It's also important to leave a good impression. We'll all be fellow villagers in the future. Why shouldn't we save them? Most people gathered together. Lei Xingfeng brought Gao Yi and a few monarchs. La Zi was determined not to turn back. Chui wanted to eat his fill, so he also didn't want to turn back. The others split 2/3, about 100 people followed Wu Yang. Lei Xingfeng gave most of the food and water in his hidden Luan space to Wu Yang. Lei Xingfeng said, everyone else follow me to hunt. Keep up with the team in front. We're about to go ashore. In fact, there was no water below, nor was it a river. There should be no way to tell where the shore came from, but everyone believed that the shore was on the other side of the bridge. The team led by Tao Lord Patriarch quickly stepped onto the other side. At this time, everyone was very excited and very careful. This was an unfamiliar land, who knew what dangers awaited them. When Lei Xingfeng's team stepped onto the other side, Tao Lord Patriarch's camp had already been set up. At the same time, he sent out his own hunting team. They were all Monarch and Heaven Monarch experts. Almost all of the 8-ring and 9-ring sages were paralyzed on the ground, unable to hunt at all. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to stray too far from the bridge. He walked towards the forest on the right. Because they had eaten their fill in the last few days, the team's stamina was still good. They followed Lei Xingfeng into the forest. After about a few hundred meters into the forest, Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi discussed and decided to set up a temporary camp. Everyone started to cut down trees and build large wooden sheds. Lei Xingfeng walked to the side and tried to connect to the mirror world. He found that the bridge's restriction was still affecting him. Although he could clearly feel the mirror world, he couldn't enter. He was a bit nervous. It would be a joke if he couldn't enter. After thinking about it, Lei Xingfeng went back to find Gao Yi and said, "Uncle Gao, you stay here and command. I'll go deeper into the forest." Gao Yi understood immediately and was shocked. If he couldn't return to the mirror world, then it would be troublesome. After thinking about it, Gao Yi said, "It should be the restriction of the bridge. Maybe it'll work if you go further." "Okay, you go, I'll guard here." Lei Xingfeng ran towards the depths of the forest. In a moment, he was more than 1,000 meters down. As he got further away from the bridge, Lei Xingfeng could feel more clearly. He let out a sigh of relief. That's right, it was the restriction of the bridge. As he ran, Lei Xingfeng suddenly disappeared. He had returned to the mirror world. Coming out of his own courtyard, Lei Xingfeng was shocked. The courtyard was full of people. Gucci and Tang Ye were sitting in the wooden shed. The others were also there, including his little sister, Xian Yao, Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, Jean Depang, and the other disciples. Seeing Lei Xingfeng come in, everyone cheered. Xian Yao jumped into Lei Xingfeng's arms and said, "I knew brother would come back." Lei Xingfeng laughed, "Don't worry, we've already reached the other side. Yi is very safe." Xian Yao immediately smiled. The black bird flew down from the roof and landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. "Ga? You actually came back alive. This bird is very excited." Lei Xingfeng said, "What are you talking about? If you don't know how to say it, then don't say it." The black bird said, This bird is not excited. The master is back, so it has to welcome him." Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to pay attention to this idiot. He went to Gucci and Tang Ye and said, Master's wife, I'm back." Gucci said, Sit. Feng, how was the situation on the road?" "The mirror world was completely sealed. We couldn't go anywhere. It was very scary. Even my secret door couldn't open." Lei Xingfeng and the others were suffering on the road. Gucci and the others were suffering in the mirror world. They couldn't go out. If Lei Xingfeng died, they would all be finished. Tang Ye spoke, "Don't ask first, let's have Depang bring the food over to eat." "Feng, how did he become so thin?" She was still the more attentive one, immediately noticing Xian Feng's haggard state. Gucci also patted his head and said, "Fatty, let Feng eat first." Xian Feng spoke, "I'm really hungry. Take out the ready-made food. Also, prepare a batch of food for me, a bit more." As he spoke, he added, "And water, a large amount of water." The courtyard was in a mess. Jean Depang quickly put out a sumptuous meal. Lei Xingfeng buried his head in the food. He was really hungry. As he ate, he vaguely talked about the natural moat, the bridge, and the dead. Gradually, the sound of Xian Feng's chewing could be heard in the courtyard, as well as his vague story, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Such a cruel story made them feel both lucky and fearful, not knowing what awaited them in the new world. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to eat too much. He simply filled his stomach and said, "I'm going back now. Who's coming with me?" "All right, bring some food and water." His hidden Luan space had been completely restored, but it was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Gucci said, "I'll take Jean Depang with me. He has the best food. And, Ting Yuan, come with us." Lei Xingfeng immediately left the courtyard with the three. There were many people outside waiting for food and water to save their lives. Jean Depang was very excited. Ever since he came to the Mirror Realm, he rarely went out, and so did Ting Yuan. Of course, if they didn't have the Mirror Realm, and if they had to take the bridge, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Dense forest, humid climate. Gucci observed for a while and said, "There doesn't seem to be anything special. It's not much different from where we came from." Lei Xingfeng said, "We just set foot here. Grandmaster and Yi went to gather people. Let's hurry." This place was only a kilometer away from the camp, so the four arrived quickly. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone gather and get ready to eat." At this, Chui, who was lying under a tree root, jumped up and said, "Eat it." Jean Dupin said to Ting Yuan, "Let's clear an area first." Lotzi said anxiously, "Let's do it, let's do it." In fact, they had already cleared an area, but it wasn't big enough. After everyone relaxed, they didn't rush to do anything. They all lay on the ground and slept soundly. Now that they were woken up, they were all energized when they heard that it was time to eat. Chui said loudly, "I'll do it, I'll do it." Jean Dupin observed for a while and found that this group of people was quite miserable. They looked no different from refugees. The men had unshaven beards and tattered clothes. The women looked miserable and covered in dust. Ting Yuan was even more surprised because he found many unfamiliar monarchs in the camp. Gucci was the same. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly introduced them. Jean Dupin quickly set up 10 large pots. In a single breath, he set up 10 large pots that were as big as bathtubs. Although there weren't many people here, once they started eating, they would definitely consume a lot of food. With Jean Dupin's experience, even 10 large pots were too little. Ting Yuan was quick-witted. Seeing everyone swallowing their saliva, he straightforwardly took out 20 big baskets. There were ready-made flatbread, rice balls, and all kinds of salted and cured meat. He said, "Let's fill our stomachs first." Chui scooped up a big basket full of meat. Chui went up and snatched a big basket of flatbread. He had always been very practical. Then, Ting Yuan took out many jars filled with clear water. Chewing and swallowing sounds could be heard in the forest. Everyone was like a hungry tiger, eating in big mouthfuls. Even Bai Yuruan and Enruching were eating like crazy. At this time, Wu Yang arrived with a large group of people. Lei Xingfeng glanced around and couldn't help but be shocked. According to his estimation, there were at least 700 to 800 people following them. Chapter 496. They supported each other, and some were even carried into the camp. Everyone looked miserable. Wu Yang said, "Hurry up and arrange something to eat. Oh, it's best to drink some thick meat soup first." Gucci, Jean Dupin, and Ting Yuan were dumbfounded. Were these still arrogant cultivators? Wasn't this a little too tragic? Lei Xingfeng said, "Fatty, hurry up." Jean Dupin said, "It'll be ready soon, it'll be ready soon." He didn't expect so many people to come in. He shouted again, "Come over and help." A large group of people immediately ran to his side and listened to his orders. The 10 pots were cooking meat and bones. Jean Dupin also put in a lot of rice to make meat porridge. At the same time, he ordered people to set up more pot. Jean Dupin didn't have enough pots, so he asked Ting Yuan for more. He set up another 10 pot. He was sweating profusely and kept shouting. He didn't have the ability to adjust the temperature of 20 pots by himself, so he needed the help of others. After cooking for more than half an hour, all the cultivators who came in looked on eagerly. Finally, Jean Dupin announced that it was ready. He then arranged for people to fill copper basins with meat porridge and distribute it to everyone. The whole camp was filled with the sound of Shirley slurping down the porridge. They didn't care about leaving and drank the porridge in big mouthfuls. Their pale faces gradually relaxed. Jean Dupin didn't dare to tarry. He immediately organized his men to cook more meat porridge. Later on, when the number of cultivators reached 700 to 800, 20 big pots of meat porridge wasn't enough for all of them. Therefore, they had to keep cooking. Baskets of flatbread and rice were brought out again, along with various cold dishes such as cured meat. They were quickly distributed. Lei Xingfeng went to Wu Yang to ask about the situation. Wu Yang said, "Most of the people were taken away by ancestor Daojuan's people. We can only find people from small and medium-sized sections. Many of them lost their sex, so they're willing to join us. There are also some who don't want to join us. They plan to leave after eating and recuperating." Lei Xingfeng nodded. He knew that everyone had their own ideas, so he didn't want to force them. He said, "Grandmaster, those who intend to join us need to be screened a little. If they are not suitable, then forget it. Wu Yang said, the secret sects are done for. Most of the secret sects don't have many people left even if they don't disband. Only the secret sects with Tao Lord Patriarchs may be able to hold on. Of course, if there are no powerful enemies, they may be able to recuperate. But if there are powerful enemies and we don't have secret treasure spaces to hide, it will be a disaster for our secret sects. Thunderstorm said, only our secret door is complete, and it can still grow stronger. Once someone becomes a Daolord Patriarch, our secret door will be completely different. La Zi came over with 2 copper bowls and said, drink some hot porridge. Wu Yang and Lei Bao didn't stand on ceremony and took the food. Scylla gulped it down. The food could only soothe the stomach, but it was impossible to be full. However, Jean Dupin's culinary skills were absolutely flawless. Even the meat porridge he made was incomparably delicious. Jean Dupin and Ting Yuan were exhausted by the meal with nearly 1,000 people. They also used up all the food and water they brought. After many cultivators finished eating, they found a flat area and fell asleep. They needed a lot of time to recover their bodies. Jean Dupin and Ting Yuan came to Lei Xingfeng and whispered, the food we brought is only enough for this meal. We need to go back and get it. He now understood why there was a lack of food. With so many people eating together, they really needed a huge amount of food. They were all cultivators, so their appetite was many times greater than ordinary people. With nearly 1,000 cultivators, the amount of food they needed was terrifying. They originally thought that the food they brought could last for a long time. They didn't expect so many people to be there, so they had to go back immediately. Lei Xingfeng ran away with the 2. After getting rid of the restriction, he quickly brought them into the mirror world. Lei Xingfeng said, you go and prepare more food. I'm going to sleep. I'm too tired. They began to slaughter the barbarian bulls as well as various livestock, while a large group of disciples helped Jean Dupin cook the food. Xianfeng returned to his room and fell asleep as soon as he laid down. After walking for so long, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. The next day, Lei Xingfeng woke up. He didn't dare to sleep too much. Who knew how the others were doing in the new world? He had to keep an eye on them. This time, he only brought Jean Dupin and Ting Yuan. At the same time, Lei Xingfeng also collected a lot of food. His hidden Luan space was empty. Without some food, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't feel at ease. The 2 quickly returned to the camp and found that other than a few people patrolling, everyone else was sleeping. Even Wu Yang and the others were sleeping. Jean Dupin said, there are so many people. Feng, I'd better start the fire and boil the water. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, cook meat. I believe they won't continue to sleep when they smell it. Sure enough, when the smell of meat wafted, Chue was the first to get up. Then the others followed. Jean Dupin said, come and help. The people who had never cared about food before were now interested in cooking after such a long time of starvation. One by one, they gathered around Zhang Xian. 3 days later, everyone had basically recovered. After all, they were all cultivators, so their recovery was super strong. At this time, Wu Yang, Guqi, Lei Xingfeng, and the others began to screen the cultivators who wanted to join. This time, they took in a total of 400 cultivators, including some monarch experts. As for Sky Monarch experts, they didn't get a single one. They were probably all taken in by Dao Jun's secret sect. In other words, half of the cultivators who came back refused to join. They would rather go to a large secret sect. Lei Xingfeng didn't stop them. He didn't plan to keep so many people. Even now, he felt that it was a bit too much. The more people there were, the more resources they would need. Of course, with more people, they could get more resources. However, who knew what the continents in the outer realm were like? With the protection of the mirror realm, this many people was about the limit. The mirror realm had yet to be developed, so it was quite difficult for ordinary people to support so many cultivators. They didn't dare to bring these people into the mirror realm for the time being. The situation here was too complicated, so Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng decided to continue following the group. When it was safe, they would leave the group and go on their own. No matter what, Dao Jun must have information they didn't know. Going on their own at this time was suicide. Although there was food in the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng still ordered everyone to stock up on their own food. From Dao Jun's group, they learned that there were many wild animals here, so there was a lot of food. Hundreds of hunting groups formed and began to hunt in the dense forest. Lei Xingfeng took the opportunity to move the camp to a place far away, where it wasn't affected by the restrictions of the sky bridge. After a few days, the hunting group returned. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect that they had almost no decent prey. Almost all the large beasts were swept clean, and they only hunted some small animals like pheasants and duck. Lei Xingfeng remembered that the other cultivators didn't have the mirror realm to replenish their food. All their food had to be found in the forest. These cultivators were strong and had strong attack. After being swept clean by them, his hunting group wouldn't be able to get much. Seeing the hunting group return dejectedly, Lei Xingfeng asked. He sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for the mirror realm, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Only the first batch of people who entered the forest to hunt would have a real harvest. The people who followed behind were more miserable. They could only find some small animals that were left out. Then, when the small animals were all hunted, they could only find some plant roots to eat. They were like locusts passing through, eating everything that could be eaten. Lei Xingfeng and the others didn't care. After all, they had the mirror realm to support them. Even if they couldn't hunt anything, they didn't have to worry about not having enough food. As long as they left here, they would be able to find food to replenish themselves. It wasn't like Heaven's Path, where there was really nothing, not even a piece of tree bark. Reorganizing the group, distributing all kinds of supplies, including food and clothing. Many of the things that the cultivators had accumulated over the years were all gone. They were no different from paupers. Everything had to start over. As for Lei Xingfeng and the others, they had already planned to leave their things in the mirror realm. Most of the things in the hidden Luan space were food and water. Of course, they could now store the important things in their own hidden Luan space. After the reorganization, the monarch-level experts brought their own subordinate. There were original disciples and new cultivators. Lei Xingfeng also took in many people, including Cue Zi, Little Cue, Bai Yuruan, Enruching, and the others. There were also some cultivators that Lei Xingfeng observed had good performances and good aptitude. There were also some direct disciples of small secret sections. This was because their secret sects no longer existed. Wu Yang returned from the Dao monarch old ancestor's place. He found Guqi, Lei Xingfeng, and the others and said, "We're about to leave. We've already rested for a while. The old ancestors don't want to stay any longer. We still don't understand the situation here, so we're leaving immediately." "Is the hunting group back?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "They're back. We can leave at any time." Guqi also said, "This time we took in many experts, including a few monarch-level experts. For our secret sects it's a big boost. If we have a Dao monarch old ancestor, we can be compared to the large secret sections." He was very satisfied with the current situation, especially after taking in this group of elite cultivators. He was very happy. After organizing the group, everyone set off with Wu Yang and the others. The Dao monarch old ancestors group was at the front, and Wu Yang's group was at the back. Of course, there were also cultivators from other secret sects behind them. Chapter 497. As they went deeper into the forest, Lei Xingfeng clearly felt the suppression of the restrictions gradually disappear. 10 days later, all the restrictions disappeared completely. News came from ahead that the patriarchs had started to activate their secret sections. Once they reached this place, they would discover many new continents. The Tao Lord Patriarchs had to first explore and then find valuable new continent. In other words, they were choosing the continents their secret sects wanted to live in. This was a very important matter. There were countless continents, but there were very few continents rich in resources. In addition, finding a continent rich in resources might not be a good thing. There might be stronger cultivators or outsiders. Lei Xingfeng naturally did not need to activate his secret sects to explore. He had the existence of the Mirror Realm, which was like a cheat. He was no weaker than the Tao Lord Patriarchs when it came to finding continent. However, Lei Xingfeng was not in a hurry to find new continent. He was not ready yet. Wu Yang also agreed that there was no rush to take risk. Who knew what dangers there would be? They had to stabilize their internal situation first and then increase their strength. Since they had reached the inner region of the outer realm, they could act safely. Soon, the Tao Lord Patriarchs led their people and began to leave. A few days later, there were no more Tao Lord Patriarchs left. There were only about a few thousand people left. They belonged to various secret sections. Some of them directly moved forward, while others temporarily settled down. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, Lei Xingfeng and the others decided to move forward and find a suitable camp to stay for a while. Today, under the lead of Wu Yang and Xianfeng, the 400-men team arrived at a river bend. There was a high ground here, and below it was a rapid river, surrounded by dense forest. As long as they cut down the forest on the high ground of the river bend, they would be able to clear out a piece of flat land. From the high ground, they would be able to see their surroundings clearly. A few Heaven Lord Patriarchs, along with Gucci and the others, discussed and decided to set up a temporary camp here. The new recruits couldn't be brought into the mirror world for the time being. They had to be observed for a period of time before making a decision. This was a joint decision made by Wu Yang, Gucci, Lei Xingfeng, Gao Yi, Thunderstorm, and the other higher-ups of the secret sect. In his hometown, the Mirror Realm was not bad, but its function was similar to the secret hidden space. However, in the outer space, the Mirror Realm was the foundation of survival, so he had to be careful. The river bend was a place where wild animals came to drink water, so it was the best place to hunt. More than a dozen small teams were sent out to carry out the search mission and to survey the terrain in case they were clueless. They also set up a perimeter in the distance. Lei Xingfeng brought some people and began to set up some simple restrictions. They were all methods learned from basic restrictions. Simple defensive restrictions, simple restriction traps, and 2 paths were left open. Although this camp wasn't as stable as Mount Tai, it wasn't a place anyone could enter. Setting up restrictions and learning restrictions was Lei Xingfeng's goal. After experimenting a few times, Lei Xingfeng was satisfied. Of course, these restrictions couldn't be compared to those in the forbidden area, but this was already Lei Xingfeng's best method. When they returned to the camp, a large wooden shed had been set up. There were tables and chairs under the wooden shed, and many people were sitting and resting. The higher-ups of the secret sect also had a special wooden shed built on the east side of the highland. It faced the river bend, and one could see the river from there. Lei Xingfeng walked into the wooden shed and sat down beside Gucci. He said, "The restrictions are set up. Everyone, be careful when you enter or leave. Don't bump into the restrictions." Gao Yi said disapprovingly, "Apart from defensive restrictions, what other restrictions do you know?" Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I only know some defensive restrictions. Also, I know some traps. Although they can't be used to attack, they can at least trap people and beasts." "Uncle Gao, aren't we learning?" Gao Yi laughed. "Yes, we're all learning." He wasn't as good as Lei Xingfeng. If he were to set them up, he would probably only know defensive restrictions. He could forget about traps and whatnot. Wu Yang said, "A phone, come here." Lei Xingfeng sat beside Wu Yang and said, "Founder, what's the matter?" Wu Yang said, "I activated a secret door and found many continents that we can go to. However, I don't know what we'll encounter there. Moreover, The people from the outer realms' forbidden lands might be on these continents. How should we face them? Unknowingly, he had already treated Lei Xingfeng as an equal. Even though Lei Xingfeng still called him founder, this was now a habit. Lei Xingfeng said, "What is Ancestor Dao Lord looking for?" Wu Yang said, "I don't know. This time, after separating from those large secret sects, it will be difficult for us to meet again. We can still stick together, but I'm not optimistic." Gao Yi said unconcernedly, "It doesn't matter. We can't stop people who want to leave. However, a Feng has the mirror realm. This is a good treasure to gather people's hearts. I don't think anyone will ignore this." Wu Yang said, "A Feng, can your mirror realm cross the moat and return?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head, then nodded. He said, "We can return to the continent we came from, but we can't enter other places." Gao Yi was overjoyed. "We can return." Haha, that's great. He hadn't broken through the key areas of the Ice Palace, so this trip was quite difficult. If they could return, everything would be worth it. Wu Yang said, "With this springboard, we can return whenever we want." Lei Xingfeng shook his head. "You can, but I can't. The mirror realm is suppressed. I can only bring a few people over. The worst thing is that my secret door can only be used to enter and exit the mirror realm. I can't travel far, so I can't return home." Wu Yang said, "Is it the mirror realm's restriction? However, it doesn't matter. If you can't go, we can go back." Gao Yi said, "There's no need. There's nothing to go back. Only the Forbidden Land is interesting." Thunderstorm nodded. As long as they could go back, everything was fine. He didn't want to give up the Magnetic Storm Mountains at all. He said, "Yes, the best place for me to cultivate is in the Magnetic Storm Mountains. If I can't go, it'll be difficult for me to improve." Thunderstorm had relied on the endless thunder and lightning of the Magnetic Storm Mountains to reach the Sky Monarch level. If there wasn't such a place, who knew if he could reach such heights? Xian Feng actually felt lucky. He thought that he wouldn't be able to return, but he could still communicate through the mirror world. He had a feeling that the mirror world was restricted by the heavenly moat, so he could only reach the other side of the heavenly moat, but he couldn't return to his hometown through the mirror world. Everyone had unlimited guesses about the continents outside the starry sky, but no one knew what was in these continents that were as dense as raindrop. There were no humans or other races on this continent, and there were no star beasts or other large monsters. However, there weren't many resources on this continent, and there were only large forests and some wild animals. As such, this wasn't a place where people could live for long. Cultivators had different requirements. They needed all kinds of cultivation resources. Only with these resources could they improve and increase their strength. Any continent without these resources was a barren continent to them. No matter how suitable it was for humans to live, they wouldn't go there. On the other hand, some places with extremely bad living conditions were rich in resources. Many cultivators and outsiders gathered there. Of course, there were the most killings and robberies here. Wu Yang planned to rest here for a few months before choosing a continent. He was friends with quite a few Dao Lord patriarchs and would be able to obtain information from them. This way, he would have a bit of information and would be able to choose a continent to enter. This would be much better than just blindly roaming about. During the rest period, some monarchs left with some people. They wanted to enter the continent as soon as possible. Lei Xingfeng didn't ask them to stay. Wu Yang was very straightforward. If they didn't want to go with them, then don't force them. They didn't know that the mirror realm was in the hidden sect. A few monarchs left one after another, along with some of their trusted cultivators. About 70 to 80 people left. According to Gao Yi, they were a bunch of ungrateful people. Lei Xingfeng also tried to persuade them. Everyone had their own ambitions. They were saved by them as a last resort. Once there was a way out, of course they wouldn't follow. Moreover, there were great benefits to this. Those who stayed were those who sincerely wanted to integrate into the hidden sect. Integrating the hidden sect would take time. After a while, Lei Xingfeng planned to announce the existence of the mirror realm. At that time, those who stayed would have more confidence in the hidden sect. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and hunting were the tasks of everyone in the camp. If they had free time, they would cultivate. Their days were very leisurely. All the cultivators discovered that cultivating here seemed to be faster than before. Everyone's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. It was very strange. Wu Yang and the others gathered together to discuss this matter. They guessed that the deeper they went into the starry skies, the faster their cultivation speed would be. But why was this so? No one could figure out the mystery behind this. After the integration of the hidden sect, Wu Yang, Guqi, Thunderstorm, Lei Xingfeng, and Gao Yi were the leaders. Thunderstorm and Gao Yi were the grand elders. Wu Yang was the leader. Guqi and Lei Xingfeng each had their own subordinate. According to the rules of the hidden sect, Lei Xingfeng should be before Guqi. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't agree. If Guqi hadn't taken him in, he wouldn't know where he would be now. Therefore, he insisted on being under Guqi. After the reorganization of the hidden sect, the cohesion of the hidden sect was greatly improved. The strength of the hidden sect also rose by a large margin. If one person advanced to become a Dao Lord Patriarch, then their hidden sect would rise from a small to medium-sized hidden sect to a large hidden sect. Wu Yang was very happy. The hidden sect was finally flourishing in his hands. The rest time quickly passed. It was time to choose a continent. On this day, many people gathered in Lei Xingfeng's small courtyard. In addition to the higher-ups and true monarchs, there were also Guqi's disciples. Although some of them hadn't advanced to true monarchs, their status was different from others. Chapter 498. Wu Yang said, "Based on the information we've gathered, the continents in the outer space are either ordinary or extraordinary." Haha, by extraordinary, I mean there's a lot of killing, a lot of resources, and a lot of cultivators and outsiders. If you want to go in, you have to think carefully. If you don't do it right, you might not be able to come back. Also, we learned that the cultivators who migrated here in ancient times have migrated again. The cultivators now are their descendants, or rather, they are the same as us, the ones who were abandoned. Don't you think it's interesting? We are the lowest class. Lei Xingfeng vaguely sensed something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He said thoughtfully, "Migrated again? That's strange. Why are they migrating again? Did they find a better place?" Gao Yi said, "That must be it." Thunderstorm said, "Don't think too much. Let's think about how to establish ourselves here. In this world, we're not strong enough." Lei Xingfeng said, "Although we're not strong enough, we have a lot of people. We have the mirror realm. That's our biggest advantage." Wu Yang nodded. "That's right. The mirror realm is our biggest advantage. Just this alone makes us much better than the other hidden sects. Once they encounter a strong enemy, there's nowhere to run. They can only fight. If they're not strong enough, they're likely to be wiped out." Guqi said, "What we need is to find the cultivation methods here, find the ones that suit us, and use the resources here to grow stronger." Wu Yang reminded, "We're outsiders, not locals. Try not to cause trouble. Of course, if others bully us, don't hold back. Just one word, fight. If you can't win, gang up on them. If that doesn't work, run back here. When we're strong enough, we'll settle the score." Everyone laughed. Everyone had their own hopes and dreams for this new world. Feng Qinzong said, "Ancestor, which continent should we go to?" He was learning how to address Lei Xingfeng. Otherwise, he would have called Lei Xingfeng martial uncle. Wu Yang said, "Let's find an ordinary continent first, and then we'll go to the wonderful ones." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "You want to set up a base camp?" Wu Yang said, "We can't squeeze out all the potential of the mirror realm, so we found a continent suitable for ordinary people to live in. We let them grow food, raise livestock, and send people on duty. If there's any danger, they can quickly retreat to the mirror realm. Lei Xingfeng agreed. That's good. After all, the mirror realm is limited. If you want to grow it on a large scale, you'll have to go to the mainland. With his understanding of the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng also understood that the mirror realm needed to be constantly filled with all kinds of materials. Just like when Wu Yang put the precious stone dragon into the mirror realm, he felt a slight change in the mirror realm. The stone dragon was very magical. It could form mineral veins and expand into mineral seedlings. Wu Yang was reluctant to use it until later, when he decided to put it into the mirror realm. Not long ago, Lei Xingfeng discovered some special properties of the mirror realm. For example, when you put in mineral residues, the mirror realm would slowly absorb them. It could also absorb all kinds of waste, such as dead plants. No wonder when they first entered this place, it was completely barren. Of course, this absorption could only be done in the wilderness of the mirror realm. The central area would not work. Everyone quickly came to an agreement. They would start with the lower level, then the higher level. First, they would find a continent with average resources, then a continent with rich resources. At that time, they might have to face harsh battles. Everyone understood that a place with rich resources would have many experts. Therefore, if they were not strong enough, it was better not to enter. This world was infinitely big. There were countless continents and people. It was said that there were some continents that cultivators couldn't enter at all. There were also some continents that were occupied by extremely powerful star beasts. If humans entered those continents, they would be hunted down by the star beast. There was also the insect abuse continent. Not to mention humans, even star beasts would have to flee from this continent. The continent was occupied by an endless number of insects. These insects were extremely powerful. Once a continent was invaded by a large number of insects, it meant that the continent would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the insect abuse continent was one of the most dangerous continents before it was completely destroyed. Of course, there were many other continents with all kinds of dangers, but Wu Yang and the others weren't very clear. After all, the information was limited. They needed to explore slowly. Wu Yang said, "How about this? We'll split up and search for continents. Through the mirror realm, it'll be convenient to go back and forth. Everyone will bring a few subordinates and split into a few groups. It won't take too long. We'll be back in a few days." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, I'll bring a small group." Thunderstorm smiled. "I'll bring a group too." Gao Yi said, "Count me in." Gucci smiled. "True Monarch can lead a group too. Little Feng can stay at home." Wu Yang nodded. "That works too. True Monarchs can go as well. We've recruited quite a few True Monarchs this time. They can help us out a little." The tasks were quickly assigned. Feng Qinzong and the direct descendants stayed at the temporary camp. The others left the mirror realm to explore, each of them choosing a continent to go to. This time, Lei Xingfeng brought Jean Dia and Mad Eagle. The three of them formed a small group. Lei Xingfeng opened the mirror realm's secret door and began searching. The mirror realm's secret door wasn't any weaker than Dao Monarch's. It could search for continents in outer space. As for the previous coordinates, they were all useless. The only continent they could return to was the one on the other side of the bridge. They couldn't go anywhere else. Then, Lei Xingfeng discovered something that surprised him. The coordinates of countless continents popped up, and he didn't know which one to choose. This was the mirror realm's main secret door. It was also the door with the strongest teleportation ability. According to Wu Yang's guess, it should be even stronger than Dao Monarch's secret door. Of course, since they didn't have Dao Monarch in their secret door, they couldn't really compare. Based on the principle of proximity, each group chose a continent they wanted to go to. Lei Xingfeng also chose a continent that was easier to get to. According to the rules they discussed, if they found something wrong, they would immediately escape back to the mirror realm. Even if they didn't go back in the future, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lei Xingfeng brought Jean Dia and Mad Eagle to a continent in the blink of an eye. As soon as they came out, Lei Xingfeng frowned. This was a desert. Let alone humans, there wasn't even the slightest trace of wild beasts. Waves of sand dunes stretched as far as the eye could see. The scorching sun shone on the ground, creating waves of heat. Jean Dia laughed. Oh, we seem to have found a barren land. Mad Eagle laughed. Let's check it out first. Hee, if there's nothing, we'll go to another continent. Birdbeard, you're shamelessly following us. There's nothing to gain. Birdbeard tilted its head. This time, it was persistent and finally got Lei Xingfeng's permission to come along. It was really bored out of its mind. Birds don't care. Birds love freedom the most. Do you understand? Kiki, you don't understand. Birds just want freedom. Jean Dia said, Freedom? You're still free? Freedom my ass. Blackbird said, Kiki, farts are the most free. Let go and you'll be free. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Birdbeard has improved a lot. Ah. Jean Dia and Mad Eagle couldn't help but laugh. In fact, everyone liked to tease Blackbird. Of course, Blackbird wasn't easy to deal with. If it fought back, it might embarrass people. But because it was Lei Xingfeng's pet, no one would really threaten its safety. At most, they would just curse at it. As for Jean Dia and Mad Eagle, they were already familiar with Blackbird and liked to tease it. Blackbird understood and knew that the other party didn't mean any harm, so it spoke quite casually. Lei Xingfeng said, Let's go. Let's see how big this desert is and whether it's worth exploring. The few of them immediately flew into the air. They weren't like on the continent where the magnetic storm mountains were, where they didn't dare to fly at all. Here, they could fly without fear. They flew all the way to the east. There were sand dunes all along the way. There was no trace of green. All they saw was golden yellow sand. Waves of sand dunes rose and fell like waves. From the air, it looked like a fixed sea surface. It was very spectacular. Blackbird didn't stay on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. It tried to flap its wings and fly. Its speed was quite fast. It wanted to fly and play. As it flew, it squawked. It was obvious that it was very excited. Lei Xingfeng turned his head and said loudly, I wonder how big this desert is? Jean Dia also turned his head and said, Let's try flying for half a day first. Let's see how big it is. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, That's good. We don't have much time to waste here. Birdbeard, you lead the way. You fly fast. Birdbeard received a task for the first time. It was excited. It cried, Quack, leave it to me. In an instant, it was like a bolt of lightning. With a slight crackling sound, it shot out like a bolt of lightning. Before the sound disappeared, it was already gone. Jean Dia and Mad Eagle were shocked. Mad Eagle said, How is it so fast? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, The attribute of lightning is fast. Birdbeard has the talent of flying. It's hard not to be fast. Jean Dia smiled and said, Whether it's fighting or escaping, it's a first-rate talent. Mad Eagle said, That's good. It seems that Birdbeard has been suppressing its talent. That's why it's flying slowly with us. Before he finished speaking, they saw a bolt of lightning with a light blue light. Whoosh! It shot in front of their eyes. Birdbeard flew back and forth. No one knew what it was looking for. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, This guy is holding it back. Chapter 499. Jean Dia said, Not just Beard, even us in the mirror realm are bored out of our minds. We didn't expect to stay here for so long. Mad Eagle said happily, We've already harvested 2 seasons worth of food. Everyone is waiting in your yard, eating and drinking every day. They don't even have the mood to cultivate. There was one thing he didn't say. At that time, everyone felt like they were in trouble. It wasn't until Lei Xingfeng and the others came back that they felt slightly better. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and Bud suddenly appeared in the air. He flew and landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. He said, "It's all desert. There's nothing here, not even a bug." Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, "This won't do. It's a waste of time. There are so many continents anyway. Let's find another one." Jean Dia and Mad Eagle agreed. Lei Xingfeng quickly brought them back to the mirror realm, opened the secret door, and started searching again. Before he could find anything, Gucci came back with 2 people. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Gucci shook his head. "It's a desert. There's no one and nothing valuable. Let's search again. Mark the continent I went to. There's no need to search in the future." Lei Xingfeng smiled and agreed. Then, they each found a continent and set off again. Lei Xingfeng was happy to enter the continent this time because he saw a green and endless forest. Lei Xingfeng was in a good mood. He said, "There are plants. No matter how bad this continent is, it's still better than a desert." Jean Dia smiled and said, "Even if it's not a place that cultivators need, it can still produce plants. At the very least, this place is suitable for planting. As long as no one lives here and there are no strong beasts, this place can be developed into our production base." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Okay, let's see if there's anything worth collecting." Bud suddenly shouted, "Quack! Birds!" Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He said, "What are you shouting for? If there are birds, go." Bud flew out with a whoosh. In the distance, flocks of birds circled above the forest. The black bird rushed into the flock, causing chaos. Lei Xingfeng and the others saw a shocking scene. The black bird's body, which was originally only a foot long, suddenly became a huge creature. It was 6 meters long, and its body was covered in black feathers. There were flashes of blue electric arcs, crackling. In an instant, the black bird suddenly spat out countless fine electric arcs. Each electric arc hit a bird, and then the birds began to fall. The black bird flew up and down, and one bird after another was swallowed by it. In just a few dozen seconds, a group of hundreds of birds disappeared. The black bird cawed complacently. Suddenly, it flew back. Its body shrank with the crackling sound of electric arcs. Jean Dia pointed at the black bird. He couldn't speak clearly. You, how did you become like this?" The black bird said modestly, "I only found out recently. Quack, I'm different." Lei Xingfeng also looked at the black bird curiously. He didn't expect Bud to change so much. He said, "Black bird, how did you become so big?" The black bird said proudly, "This is the talent of a bird that I found recently. Quack, it's powerful. In the future, this bird can help you fight. Of course, if you want a reward, you can give me some star beast meat or something." Quack. Lei Xingfeng was speechless. He said, "Your strength? Uncle Jean can kill you." The black bird kept shaking its head and said, "Not necessarily, not necessarily. Birds grow well. Quack, maybe one day the bird will explode. Maybe it can kill star beast." Quack, quack. It was really a little too proud. Lei Xingfeng suddenly laughed. He might not know about other things, but what was the strength of a star beast? The power of an adult star beast was simply frightening. Not to mention fighting, it was not certain whether one could escape after seeing it. He said, "Forget it, don't talk nonsense. You still dare to fight with a star beast? Stop dreaming. When I see a star beast..." The black bird asked curiously, "How do you feel when you see a star beast?" Lei Xingfeng said angrily, "I run away immediately. I'm not even interested in watching." The black bird was still curious. "Why are you not interested in watching?" Lei Xingfeng said lightly, "If you lose your life just to take a look, do you dare to watch? Are you interested in watching?" The black bird said decisively, "No." Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "That's right. I can't wait to escape. How can I be interested in watching?" The bird Bud was very dissatisfied. It said, "Wait until I grow up. What star beast? I'll swallow it." Quack. They all thought that the bird Beard was boasting. No one cared. Lei Xingfeng said, "Bird Beard, do you like to eat your own kind?" The black bird was suddenly unhappy. It said, "Quack, you can't put me on the same level as these low-level birds. Bird Beard is different. Bird Beard is a great bird, a super big bird. Quack." The more it spoke, the more confused it became. It could not help but cry out again. Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia, and Mad Eagle laughed. With this clown, the journey would not be too lonely. Jean Dia laughed. "Very good, great bird, super big bird. Hey, big bird, when you can eat a star beast, then you can talk about greatness." The black bird said, "Humph, birds don't like to talk to you." Mad Eagle laughed. "Ha ha, ha ha, old Jean, you're despised, ha ha." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Alright, stop fooling around. Birdbeard, if you want to hunt, then go. After you're done, come back and find us. Don't go too far." Birdbeard was overjoyed. It said, "Quack, quack, okay, I'll go first." A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. This guy immediately disappeared without a trace to hunt by himself. Lei Xingfeng and the other two spread out and began to explore. The three of them were separated by a few hundred meters. Lei Xingfeng's eyes were spitting out silver light. He had an extra talent compared to others, and that was to find treasures. His eyes could see the light of treasures that others could not. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng was disappointed to find that there was nothing special. Even if there were plants that emitted light, they were just ordinary medicinal materials. He did not see anything that emitted a strong light. Soon, Lei Xingfeng understood that although this continent had lush vegetation, it was not suitable for cultivators to live in. The vegetation was very lush. This was a suitable place for a production base. Now it was time to see if there were any powerful beasts. If there were beasts that were comparable to cultivators, then this place was not suitable for a production base. The three of them gathered together to discuss. Jean Dia said, "I don't know if there are any good resources here, but this place is suitable for production. We can build a production base." Mad Eagle nodded in agreement. "Yes, the land is very fertile. I don't see any powerful beasts. But if we want to build a production base, we need to find a suitable place. This place is not suitable. The trees are too lush. If we want to clear this place, we don't know how much manpower and resources it would take." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, we may not have visited many places, but we can confirm that this place is suitable for a production base. However, we need to visit more places. We can't limit ourselves to this forest. There's also the problem of water. Let's continue forward." This forest was very large. There were no mountain ranges. As far as the eye could see, there were emerald green trees everywhere. From time to time, they could see rivers meandering through the forest. Large flocks of birds circled in the air. They were not afraid of humans. When Lei Xingfeng and the other two flew past, these birds would follow them for a distance out of curiosity. Lei Xingfeng said as he flew, "I see wolves, leopards, and some unknown beasts. They are all very ordinary. They may be a threat to ordinary people, but to cultivators, even low-level cultivators, they are not a threat." Jean Dia said, "Look, what is that? A herd of deer?" Lei Xingfeng saw a large herd of wild deer and a group of monkeys beside a river. He smiled and said, "Very ordinary animals. Well, since no powerful beasts can evolve here, it proves that the resources here are not good enough. Not bad, this is a good production base." After flying for half a day, the forest began to thin out. Lei Xingfeng said, "Look a little further ahead. The forest seems to have thinned out." Mad Eagle pointed below and said, "Hey, what kind of beast is that?" Lei Xingfeng looked over and could not help but smile. He said, "That's an elephant. Uncle Ing, have you not seen it before?" The elephants here were more like the extinct mammoths in Lei Xingfeng's previous world. They had long hair and two super long tusks. There were more than 200 elephants below, moving slowly through the forest. Wherever they passed, many trees would be snapped. The elephants were huge, twice the size of the African elephants in his previous world. Even from the air, they were incomparably huge. Mad Eagle said, "This thing, right, do elephants eat people?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "No, elephants don't eat people. They eat plants." Mad Eagle sighed and said, "Such a big elephant only eats leaves and grass. It's really unbelievable." The further they flew, the fewer trees there were. Soon, the ground was covered with weeds that were as tall as a person. There were only a few shrubs and a few especially huge trees. A large river appeared in front of the three of them. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "This place is suitable for a production base. We just need to set a fire, and we can burn out a large area." A faint rumbling sound could be heard. Jean Dia said, "What's coming?" Mad Eagle immediately flew higher and said, "Let me see." Lei Xingfeng's eyes were good. He saw a black dot circling in the air. He said in surprise, "Beard? What's this guy doing?" Jean Dia said, "I'll go take a look. It seems like something is coming." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go together." The rumbling sound became louder. Chapter 500. This was a herd of wild bulls, at least 1,000 of them, majestically chased over by Niao Buda. Xian Feng and the rest went up to welcome them, only to hear Niao Buda's arrogant howls and laughter. "Jie, all of them are my food. Quack quack. Eat cows. Birds eat cows. Quack quack. Quack quack quack." From time to time, it would send out an electric current to hit the bison behind it, scaring them into running for their lives. Lei Xingfeng stopped it and said, "All right, Birdbeard, stop." Only then did the black bird shrink its body and quickly landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. It said fawningly, "How is it? Birds can do it, right? These bison are meat when raised in captivity. Birds like meat." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "How many did you eat just now?" The black bird quacked twice and said, "Bird originally thought that I could eat 30 to 50 bison, but I didn't expect that I couldn't eat any more after eating only 2. Quack, bird is still lacking. I need to cultivate." Lei Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Cultivate? How do you cultivate?" The blackbird said, "If I can go back to the magnetic storm mountains, birds should be able to cultivate. I couldn't before, but now I can." Jean Dia flew over, looked at the bison below, and said, "This herd of bison is not bad. We can keep them in the mirror realm, or we can raise them in captivity. This is a good source of meat." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Well, yes, it is indeed a good source of meat. You guys stay here and guard. Don't let the herd disperse. Birdbeard, I'll give you a mission. Go find more bison pens and drive them over. Wait for me to bring people over, then set up a restriction circle and raise the bison in captivity." Mad Eagle said, "Recently, meat has been very scarce. Many people have put forward suggestions. They want to come out and hunt. I think this place is very good. It can be used as a hunting ground." Hunting was not just about killing beasts. Many herbivores were also hunting targets, especially herbivores with high-quality meat sources. They were excellent hunting targets and could be supplemented with large amounts of fresh meat at any time. When Lei Xingfeng returned to the Mirror Realm, he immediately gathered more than 1,000 ordinary people. They used to live in the grasslands and were good at raising livestock. Lei Xingfeng's senior brothers and sisters also wanted to come along. Since there was no danger here, Lei Xingfeng agreed and brought them back to the continent. Thousands of ordinary people and dozens of low-level cultivators appeared near Jean Dia and the others with tools and materials for building houses. Yu Ko, Xian Zhaoluan, Qi Meiyun, Yin Yao, Ting Yuan, and Miao Ling all came over. They had been bored out of their minds in the Mirror Realm, and when they came out they saw the prairie, countless wild cows, deer, and fat wild goat. All of them were incredibly excited. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Jean, take some people with you and command them. First, we'll set up a camp. Then, we'll set up a large livestock farm. Ting Yuan said, we don't have much meat left at home. We use too much meat every day. The meat stored is only enough for 10 days, so we have to hunt some wild cows and other animals. Lei Xingfeng said, okay, we'll split up and hunt. Aside from killing some, we'll also have to catch some wild cows alive. With this order, a large-scale hunt began. Other than the 600 or so people who stayed behind to build the camp houses, the rest of the houses were all made of wood. They had already been made in the mirror realm. They were all pre-made boards and pillars. Once they started building, the speed was extremely fast. A house could be built in half a day with only 10 or so people. Under the guidance of the practitioners, the people who stayed behind to build the houses began to flatten the ground and remove the weed. Xianfeng's group brought another group of people and began to hunt in the grasslands. With their strength, killing the wild bulls was too easy. Of course, they couldn't use any special methods. For example, Xianfeng couldn't use lightning attack. The wild bulls definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Xianfeng's lightning attack. Once struck, the entire bull would be cooked or even charred black. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng could only use a knife or a spear to hunt. Although it was slower, the quality of the meat wouldn't be affected. The same went for the others. 70 or 80 people followed behind Lei Xingfeng. They were all holding thick wooden sticks and rope. They pushed the carts and followed Lei Xingfeng from afar. The others did the same. Everyone had different numbers of people behind them. They were all carrying wooden sticks and rope. They were pushing the carts. Xianfeng's hunting speed was rather fast. With a flash of his body, he entered the herd of wild bulls, the spear in his hand shooting out and stabbing the bulls that passed by. As long as they were stabbed, they would be unable to run anymore and fall to the ground. In the time it took to enter and exit, a few tens of bulls had fallen. The people behind immediately followed and began to bleed the dead wild cows. Then, they carried them to the carts. Soon, all the carts were filled with wild cow corpses. The group of people then happily pushed the carts back. Lei Xingfeng continued to hunt and then put the prey into his hidden Luan space. He now had a lot of space in his hidden Luan space. It was no problem for him to store a few hundred wild cow corpses. A large number of wild cows, wild sheep, and wild deer were hunted and sent into the mirror world. The entire mirror world was mobilized. These animals had to be processed, marinated, smoked, and so on. Only then could they be preserved for a long time. This required a lot of manpower. Jean Depeng became the chief commander. He was responsible for processing the meat. A steady stream of prey was sent into the mirror world. Soon, a large amount of meat was gathered. Even the normal people got a lot. 10 days later, Lei Xingfeng ordered the hunt to stop. This time, at least tens of thousands of wild cows, wild sheep, and wild deer were hunted. Almost all the animals in the grassland were killed. Later, the black birds drove them to other places. Large herds of wild cows, wild sheep, wild deer, and all kinds of other animals were driven here. Only then did this place become prosperous again. This place became the livestock base of the mirror world. Wu Yang also brought good news. He found a continent suitable for food production. There were very few large wild animals and large herbivores. There was also a network of rivers, and the land was very fertile. It was suitable for rice production. Immediately, a food production base was established. This way, the mirror world would have 2 large-scale production bases, allowing large amounts of normal people and low-leveled practitioners to move in. Xianfeng had also specially set up 2 secret doors, which were the special passageways between the production bases and the mirror world, allowing even low-leveled disciples to use them. The pressure on the mirror world was suddenly reduced. This migration greatly expanded the population of the mirror world, which was not a good thing for the mirror world. With 2 production bases, the pressure on the mirror world could be completely reduced. A large number of people were evacuated. There were tens of thousands of people in the food production base, while there were relatively fewer people in the animal husbandry base. In the end, there were about 4,000 ordinary people living in the animal husbandry base. However, there were a few hundred low-level cultivators, because the wild beasts here were quite powerful. Ordinary people could easily be hurt, so they needed someone to protect them. After the two production bases were established, the mirror world finally broke even. Otherwise, food would be a big problem. As for other things, such as clothes and decorations, they were all done by the people in the mirror world. Wu Yang and the others gathered in Lei Xingfeng's courtyard again. Under the wooden shed, all the upper echelons and direct disciples of the secret sects were sitting. This time, they were discussing the most conspicuous continent. The so-called most conspicuous continents were those that were large in size, rich in resources, and had many powerful cultivators or powerful outsiders. These continents were all battlefields. If one wanted to survive there, they needed to be very powerful. However, it was impossible not to go. The secret sects needed to develop, and they needed resources. The cultivators of the secret sects needed to increase their strength, so they had to go to these continents. These continents were generally more chaotic. Basically, there were no normal people living there. At the very least, there were true human-rank cultivators. However, for these true human-rank cultivators, these places represented opportunities and also extreme danger. If they were not careful, they could die there. Therefore, they had to be very careful. In any case, low-level disciples and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only true monarchs and heavenly monarchs could explore. This mission could only be completed by these people. After figuring out the situation, the low-level disciples and cultivators would be allowed to enter. Wu Yang quickly decided on the principle. He said, "There are a total of 7 continents, all of which are popular. This time, I met a Tao monarch patriarch. Their secret sect stopped at an ordinary continent, and they have already built their own camp. He told me that the patriarchs found a total of 7 popular continents that are worth exploring. Each has its own characteristic. 3 of the continents are controlled by cultivators like us. They are extremely powerful. Even if our Tao monarch patriarch goes there, he might not be able to do as he pleases." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Are those people the ancient people who migrated there?" Wu Yang shook his head repeatedly and said, No, it's the cultivators who migrated in recent times. Some of them migrated from our hometown and some from other places. The ancient people who migrated should have left long ago, but it's very likely that they left behind some descendant." Thunderstorm said, "There are still 4 continents. Are they outsiders?" Wu Yang said, 2 are controlled by outsiders. It is said that they are very powerful. There is also 1 continent where cultivators and outsiders are evenly matched. It is a continent where they coexist. The last one is not controlled by cultivators or outsiders. It is a continent controlled by a small group of astral beasts. It is said that this continent is extremely rich in resources and even has many special treasures. However, there are too few people who dare to go there. It is very dangerous there. Once discovered by astral beasts, it is almost impossible to escape. Even Tao monarch patriarchs are not confident that they can escape." Wu Yang continued, "Which continent do you think is more suitable?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.